to order this meeting of the King George County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Miller, do we have any amendments to the agenda, sir?
Yes, ma'am. We will have a amendment to the agenda to enter into a closed session to discuss unfinished county business and applicants for the county attorney position.
Very good. Can I get a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. If comments relate to a specific public hearing item, and we do have one of those later this evening, we ask that you offer those comments at the time of the public hearing. And Mr. Dines, do you have the timer ready, sir? All right. Mr. Mike Bennett. And when you come forward, please state your name and your address.
My name is Michael Bennett. My address is 6209 Potomac Avenue in King George. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm here tonight to request that you amend the King George County noise ordinance. The noise ordinance states that, quote, excessive noise is a serious hazard to the public health, welfare, peace, and safety, and the quality of life, unquote. It goes on to state that, quote, people should be ensured an environment free from excessive sound that may jeopardize the public health, welfare, peace and safety, or degrade the quality of life, and that it is the policy of King George County to prevent such excessive sound. The problem is that the existing noise ordinance does not achieve those goals. The noise from Rick's on the River, which is 5 houses away from my house, consistently creates noise that negatively affects our quality of life, our peace, and our health. I have some loss of hearing. I wear hearing aids. The noise from Rick's has been so loud that it wakes me up when I'm in a dead sleep, even when I'm not wearing my hearing aids. The noise interferes with many other activities. Rick's noise levels cause us problems even when they are in compliance with the King George County noise ordinance. There are 2 basic problems with the current law. First, the current law allows louder noise than any of the surrounding counties. I sent via email to each of you yesterday a comparison chart of the allowable noise levels for King George County and several nearby counties. King George is the only county that does not reduce the daytime allowable noise levels to the nighttime allowable levels at 10 p.m. every day of the week. More importantly, there are 3 counties, Stafford, Prince William, and Charles County, where the noise levels that are allowed during the day are lower than the noise levels allowed by King George during the night. Why would King George allow louder noise at night when people are trying to sleep than other counties allow during the day? The second problem is that the major issue we have is the bass, which is a far more difficult problem than regular noise to measure. Bass is measured by decibel C, and the regular noise is measured by decibel A. The noise ordinance only covers decibel A. Please consider a way to minimize the bass or the decibel C noise, because that gets through the walls no matter what we do. I don't want to put Rick's out of business. There were some weekends this summer where the noise levels were acceptable, but that only shows that they can do it, but they do not control it on a regular basis. Other bars in all of these other counties with lower noise levels seem to be able to comply with lower noise levels. It can be done, but we need your help. Thank you for considering our request.
Thank you, sir. Next name I have on the list, and please allow me to apologize if I state it incorrectly. Andy Myreski.
You won the prize.
Welcome, sir.
I'd like to also comment on the noise ordinance, excuse me. It's apparent that
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you, so I stated your name, but can you also state your address, please?
6229 Potomac Avenue.
Thank you.
It's apparent that the ordinance is not as effective as it might have meant to be. And that conclusion can be verified by the number of complaints that the sheriff's office gets and continues to get. It would probably get more complaints, but people are not calling any longer because it doesn't do much good. I have to reiterate what Mike said, and one of the reasons that it's not effective is that it's really set too high. And he elaborated on comparing it to the adjacent counties, and that pretty well states the downfall of what we are dealing with. And another tremendous problem is not being able to control that bass sound. And the bass sound is when you, as an example, you might have pulled up to a traffic signal and there's a car next to you and the back seat's filled up with speakers and you're sitting there and it's going ooh, 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 and that's caused by that bass sound. Another good example of the bass sound is just a lightning strike. If you're close to a lightning strike, you hear boom, and it's all over. You know, second or second and a half. If you are 5 miles away, you don't hear a kaboom, you hear this roll. And that is caused by the low frequency sounds that can only be measured by the C scale. The A scale is faulty when it gets to the lower frequencies. And that's where our biggest problem comes, is that low end frequencies. Now, a lot of us have taken some steps to try to mitigate that problem. I, for one, have built a house with 2x6-inch studs rather than 2x4, which is pretty much the standard. That gives me 2 more inches of insulation, hopefully to help deaden that sound. I have one room that I have taken other steps to mitigate that problem. I have the windows that are put in were top notch at the time that I put them in. They're double pane casement windows. To that, I have added a special design, another pane, which is supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, sir. The next name on the list is Peggy Myreski.
The official name is Margaret H. Myruski, but I go by Peggy. I live at 6229 Potomac Avenue. You've heard that address before. Oh, thank you for letting us speak. We have been property owners in Fairview since 1974. We've had a hard time leaving on weekends to go back to our full-time house, and so we rebuilt. And in 1983, we became full-time residents of Fairview. And it has been a wonderful experience except for the past few years. Our home is located the third from Rick's, and we unfortunately sit out closest to the water, so we have nothing but air between us, Rick's, and the 100+ boaters that are there on the weekends. A weekend at our house is not a pleasant experience. The noise from Rick's and the boaters prevents us from any outdoor activities. We are literally prisoners in our own homes on weekends because we can't be out. It is so loud. Sleeping before 12 o'clock at night, forget it. We're lucky if the boaters don't crank up after Rick's closes. In July of this year, frankly, I just had enough. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't deal with it. So I called my primary doctor, and he did prescribe medication to help me. I call it the happy pill because it helps a little bit, and I can deal with it a little bit better, but it still isn't good. I am asking you to please help us with the noise ordinance And please help us do something to not get rid of the boaters, but to keep them quiet. One afternoon last year, I had been working for Fairview Beach Day and I came back to the house. I walked out on our porch. It was horrible. I went back in the house. I said, can't be that bad. I went back to the house and I just picked up the phone and called the deputies. They came, but before they got there, believe it or not, the noise went down from the boaters. And I found out after that, a deputy from Maryland had cruised by and the boaters saw it. They got quiet. So we need help with all of those boats and the noise from Rick's. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming out. Ms. Gloria Bennett.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Gloria Bennett, and I live at 6209 Potomac Avenue in Fairview Beach, where I have owned property since the early 90s. I initially purchased a small piece of property as a seasonal getaway, but so loved King George and the waterfront community that we bought our current house in 2002 and retired here in 2010. And then our idyllic existence ceased in 2011 due to the loud bands hired by Rick's. We came before the board in 2013 and requested consideration of a noise ordinance. Although this was granted, and we are most appreciative, I am at a loss to understand why it is louder than any other surrounding county in Virginia and Maryland. The current levels do not work, especially the bass. We've all periodically experienced an adjacent vehicle with loud bass, but we can move away. Not when you get it at home. We are subjected to continuous bass of 4 hours at a time just about every weekend. Although we have not personally contacted the sheriff regarding Rick's, we are aware that office receives multiple calls on weekends. They respond, for which we are grateful, but I assume that this uses up resources which could be better utilized elsewhere in King George. I want to acknowledge that Rick's now schedule bands earlier, and I am grateful, but the noise levels are not consistent, so a new ordinance would hopefully take care of that. When we added new siding and windows in 2015, we paid extra to try to minimize the noise. A neighbor 2 houses away sold her house after owning it for approximately 20 years. She was bothered both by Rick's and the disruption caused by boaters who come weekends when Rick's is open. There are other neighbors who are affected but won't come forward as they know we were vilified the last time we appeared before you. They are afraid of vandalism and public criticism. As an example, a lit cigarette was left inside my car, and my husband's truck has been keyed. We seldom entertain outside on weekends and sometimes simply choose to go elsewhere. So in addition to requesting consideration of making King George's noise ordinance comparable to other counties, I am also requesting consideration for you to fund the sheriff's needs to supplement the $160,000 grant they have received for a boat to patrol the water. This will go a long way in preventing noise, drunkenness, public nudity, etc. My grandkids no longer come down weekends for several reasons, including being subjected to sing a lap dance in a boat within 10 feet of where they were inside the swim line. Thank you for your time and consideration of my request.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Beverly Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Beverly Anderson, 6219 Potomac Avenue, and we've lived there since 1994. I am here in support of my neighbors to reduce the noise ordinance. I'm also here to support the Sheriff's Department. I want to say we have a first-class law enforcement agency here in King George, Virginia, and every single time that we have called, every deputy who has responded to the noise and to the mischief down at Fairview has been so professional, in spite of the fact that there's been a considerable level of disrespect and vulgarity leveled at the deputies, and they keep their calm. So I am hoping that you will vote to fund whatever the sheriff needs to get that boat in the water, because 98% of the boaters do not live in King George, do not vote in King George, and do not pay taxes in King George. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for coming out. Do we have anyone else here in the audience who wishes to provide public comment on anything other than the telecom public hearing later this evening? All right, Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online who wishes to provide public comment? Okay. Ms. Jordan, can you hear us, ma'am?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, ma'am. Please state your name and address, and then you may begin your public comment.
Hi there, it's Claudette Jordan, 11773, Big Bear Lane, Lusby, Maryland. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, county administrator, and his staff. Once again, as president of the Ralph Bunche Alumni Association, we want to thank you for all your concerted efforts to do as much as you can regarding the preservation of Ralph Bunche High School. I just want to congratulate you on your stick-to-itiveness, and whatever we can do to support that, we are here and ready. But thank you so much. I listened last meeting, and the person who applied just didn't meet your standards. And I understand the high standards that you have, and so we're ever so grateful for you for finding something legitimate to make it happen. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. Mr. Dines, is anyone else online for public comment, sir? Thank you. Members, does anyone have any correspondence that citizens wish to be read into the record for public comment? All right, I'll now close public comment and we'll move on to reports of members of the board. Mr. Granger?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who came out to speak. Mr. Bennett, thank you for the comparisons to other localities. Ms. Anderson in particular, thank you for bringing up the Sheriff's Department and their service. I'm not surprised to hear it. It's what I expect and what I've known that they provide as well to the community, but it's always nice to hear from the citizens as well that they provide great service. And so thank you, Sheriff, to you and your whole department. So other than that, though, I'll just say I would be willing to consider making modifications to the noise ordinance. Leave it to the rest of my colleagues to speak on it if they would be willing to consider that. I don't know what to set it at the moment, but I'd be willing to consider that and look into seeing what can maybe be done. Other than that, Ms. Jordan, thank you for calling in. Always appreciate hearing from you. And yeah, continue to work on the Ralph Bunche High School and seeing what we can do to keep that up and maintain that building. So it is an important building. Other than that, on Tuesday, October 12th, we had our CIP meeting. I'd just like to say thank you to staff for coming out and being prepared and helping us through that process. We'll have another one soon. Yesterday, Monday, October 18th, we had an FRA meeting. Captain Blue gave a pretty good presentation about NSWCDD, which is a tenant command of Naval Surface Activity South Potomac, which is the base. That's Captain Copeland, who's come to us before. Captain Blue is the captain of the tenant command Dahlgren, actually, which is the research and development lab, essentially. Just talking about the work they're doing and where they're looking to go. So it was a good presentation. Also talked a little bit about tech transfer, which is the endeavor to try to bring the patents from the base off base into businesses in the localities generally is where those types of activities would be going. So trying to talk about how to get that information, those patents, and make it in layman's term enough for people to understand so they can be kind of marketed. So that was good. We do have our annual meeting on the 28th, and so there will be a four-panel, four national site consultants who will be given a panel, and they'll be talking about some of the trends that are coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic in regards to economic development. So if anyone's interested in going, I can forward the invite on to you guys, and you're welcome to register as well. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. Mr. Stonehill?
Good evening. just wanted to say thank you for everybody that came out to come speak. We really don't know what's going on with the public unless they come out and speak to us, either in person or by email, phone. Mr. Bennett, thank you for that email that you sent us with the comparisons. That's, I'm sure that's something that we'll all, start diving into. I know this has been an ongoing issue with the noise down there, especially the boating. Um, it's just kind of a tough situation with it, the water being Maryland and we live here in Virginia. So we'll have to work on that, see what we can accomplish. And Mrs. Anderson, yes, I agree with you 100%. We do have a great sheriff's office. Ms. Jordan, thanks for your call. Yes, we're going to try to do what we can to preserve Ralph Bunch. This week, Tuesday 12th, I attended another one of our CIP meetings here for the county. And this afternoon, I attended the 30th annual candlelight vigil from Empower House that was held here in King George for domestic violence. This is their 30th year. And I had some really tough stories from survivors that we had, and it was good to hear them in an odd way, but we need to hear those things. So those ladies were tremendously strong to come out and tell their stories in front of everybody. So I applaud them. I do have my candle up here for them. Also this Saturday, just wanted to give a plug again for Friends of the Rappahannock. They're going to do a cleanup at Caledon State Park. They're going to be cleaning up 2 to 3 different beaches in Caledon along the Potomac River. Yes, they're Friends of the Rappahannock, but they're also Friends of the Potomac. All the trash goes down the Potomac and it ends up in the bay from all of our rivers. So that's from 9 to 12. There's a sign-up sheet on the Friends of Rappahannock website. They asked to bring water, not plastic bottles, but reusable bottles, snacks and boots. And you can show up down there. It's supposed to be a pretty day and help pick up trash. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. Ms. Bender.
So I want to thank the residents of Potomac Avenue for coming out and talking. That is a concern, and we are looking at our ordinances, as you all know, and so that is one thing that does need to be looked at and addressed in that process. Ms. Jordan, thank you for your comments on Ralph Bunch. I know it's been a passion of yours for a long time, and we're all working together to find a purpose and for Ralph Bunch, but a purpose, but with the path forward for it, I guess would be a better turn of phrase. Now on to my board report. Tonight, I would like to thank the King George NAACP for their candidates forum held at UMW Dahlgren. I enjoyed participating and encourage everyone to come out and vote absentee or in person on November 2nd. I participated in work sessions concerning the CIP and American Rescue Plan monies that will fund needed projects for the county and the school system in the coming year. It was nice to see a large amount of the community come out for the fall festival, and I really enjoyed engaging with numerous residents and saw many happy faces enjoying the rides and activities for the family. I do know my daughter went over to those rides, and there were long lines, and there were many happy faces being able to participate in the fall festival again. On Tuesday and Thursday of last week, I participated in the Department of Environmental Quality Site Suitability Regulatory Advisory Panel. The meeting's purpose was this regulatory advisory panel has been established to advise and assist the department in the development of proposed amendments to provisions of the board's regulations to provide greater detail as to how the site suitability requirements of the Code of Virginia are to be met. The purpose of this meeting is for DEQ to coordinate and facilitate discussions of this group in an effort to find common ground and elements that could be included in regulation amendments. And this comes to a case that's called the Buckingham case, and it led to a law from the governor in 2020, the environmental justice law, I think is the exact name of it, and it was put to DEQ and the Air Quality Control Board to re-examine how they permit air permits and possibly other permits. This panel, which I was on, gave their final recommendations, and the potential regulation language is being drafted right now and will potentially be sent to this board for consideration. The concern from a locality perspective, and I hammered this home the whole time that I represented in the end all 95 counties, but it really hit home for King George, is the potential for added staff costs, control of our local zoning decisions being affected, and a suppression, especially of economic development opportunities that would be taken out of the county's control. I fought hard representing King George, and we will see what comes out of it, and I will give a further report after possible regulations, if they are drafted. On Wednesday, October 13th, I participated in another meeting of the new Courthouse Design Committee. I'll give more involved report next meeting with approved design photos. It is moving along well, finalizing the interior design and placement of key components inside the building. 2 dates to remember for everybody: at the end of the spring of next year will be the tentative groundbreaking, and October 1st, 2023 will be the opening, and the staff of the courthouse very excited about that. I would also like to reappoint Mr. Jason Williams to a 4-year term on the Planning Commission.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. The GWRC Executive Search Committee will be recommending and hoping to finalize a new director at the upcoming Monday meeting on October 25th. And then 2 more notes. Last week, my husband came back from the mailbox and told me he had a beef with his supervisor because he got this lovely real estate notice of choice assessment. So today, I spoke with the company that is on the second page of it that you can call. He's a very nice gentleman, and he will talk to anyone that wants to discuss your assessment cost and possibly that you don't agree with it. I'll put that in a nice way. I asked him to bring it down to a level that people understand. My degrees are not in math, so I said bring it down so where the common man could understand, because he was talking very high level. And it basically told me, he gave me what the median price of a home was in 2018, and then a median price today. And understand that it's a 4-year process. Every 4 years we do this, and last time we did it is in 2018, and the median value of homes have went up 25% in that time span. 9% in the last year. I know many constituents, I had some people talk to me at a funeral about their tax bills. So I know you're very concerned, and we look at all that next year. And I really stress that if you have any questions, please call the number on this second piece of paper and talk to the assessor to ask questions. Now, for the last part, I want to recognize someone who is very beloved by our community. As you may know, Mrs. Elizabeth Lee, who passed away last week. She was a very special lady, and she was I'm going to call her the history lady of King George. I met her for the first time in 2015 when I was doing search for yearbooks, because I made it a mission to scan all the King George High School and Ralph Bunche yearbooks after I found the ones that had been in the high school were damaged and people had cut them up, and I wanted to preserve the history because it was a shame that these were done. So it started, a 6-year visit to the Historical Society. I tried to go almost every week because the ladies just love to talk to people and tell the history of King George. And so it was important to me to let them share their history, and they really enjoyed it. And they would get on me when I didn't come on Thursday. They were like, "Where were you?" But even during COVID, they asked me to come and visit them, and it really meant a lot to them to tell the story of King George, Jean Graham, and Elizabeth Lee. Jean is still with us, but Elizabeth lost her battle with cancer last week. And at her funeral, so many nice words. She touched so many people in this community, and 3 of her family members said the most beautiful thing. But in the end, they talked about her love of King George and her love of sharing history, the good and the bad, the ugly, the spectacular. But I wish I could have gotten more interviews with her on camera. I understand that a couple of her family members have, but just listening to her talk about history was amazing. And especially, she was honored to receive something at the very end that she so wished to get, and that was being recognized as a Native American and getting her tribal card. So I just want to say, Elizabeth, thank you for all you did for King George, and you will surely be missed. And that's the end of my board report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first off, I'd like to thank King George Fire Rescue and Emergency Services for letting me ride in their battalion chief's vehicle for the Fall Festival Parade. That was awesome. It was my last ride, and I really appreciate them making that accommodation to let me ride with them in the parade. CIP process. I'd like to thank all the directors and staff for their time. I think we had very good discussion. And that process works because of the conversations that we have. I encourage all of our citizens to take part, whether it's watching online or coming to those meetings, because that's how things are made in those work sessions. That's where the discussions happen regarding your tax dollars, how those tax dollars are spent, everything. So it's a great process. So to the public comment. Thank you to my constituents of Fairview Beach for coming out tonight. Mike, you made some great points about the decibel C. I've witnessed it myself. The bass is just something that keeps pumping. I believe Rick's has tried to make amends as of late, but it's still, the bass is problematic. It really is. So Richard, thank you for bringing that up. It is something that I would like for the board to look into. Being we're in the fall now, Rick's season and the loud music tends to be during the summer. So I think we have time to be able to approach this in a methodical and thorough manner and be able to address some of those things. But I'd also, since they're here, I'd like to commend the residents of Fairview Beach. This is a group of people that actually get into it. Rarely do they come to the board and say, hey, I need you to fix something. Our golf cart ordinance, they're currently redlining this. The shoreline restoration, for a decade and more, they held spaghetti dinners before we even looked at a FEMA grant to try and take care of these types of things. The water contamination issues, they were doing their own studies. So it's really good. That community is something that I would say is a model for being involved in your community. So thank you very much. As far as the boater issue, we met this summer at Mike's house, along with my colleague, Ms. Kupka and Sheriff Giles, and discussed it. It is problematic. And we brought up the MOU with Charles County. That's something that needs to be looked at, I guess, legally to see what is actually enforceable. I am aware that Stafford County now has a presence on the water, even though it is Maryland waters. That MOU, Stafford County is doing enforcement activities, and Westmoreland has previously too. So that's something that we need to look into. I'm not really aware about what's going on with the boat, but I saw it on the agenda. I think the port security, so I will defer any conversations about that till that point. Madam Chair, thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. So I want to thank everyone who came out this evening for public comment. All of y'all from Fairview Beach, as Mr. Bush stated, we met with you and the sheriff over the summer. We're going to come up with something. It sounds like enough of us, at least tonight, have expressed consensus to take a good hard look, because as you did state, 2013, aside from a firearms at night amendment in 2019, the last time it was really looked at was 2013, the noise ordinance. So you are correct about that. I'm hoping that either during constitutional officer time or maybe just during the grant presentation, Sheriff Giles, could you perhaps elaborate to the public a little bit about what kinds of enforcement activities your staff has been conducting to try to alleviate some of the situation for the citizens down there? I figured that. Very good. Thank you, sir. And Ms. Jordan online, thank you very much for your public comment, and we appreciate your support as we continue to work towards a path forward, as Ms. Bender said, for that building. I know it's been a long time coming. On Saturday, October 9th, I attended the King George Fall Festival. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Granger, for graciously allowing me at the last minute to jump in the back of his pickup truck with him and his family as we made our way down the parade route. And then I jumped out at the reviewing stand and enjoyed the parade with the Grand Marshal, retired Sheriff Steve Dempsey. It was great to see King George coming together after so long. Although I am not up for election this year, I hosted an information table for citizens afterwards at King George High School. And I want to thank Ms. Heather Hall. I distributed flyers on her behalf advertising our zoning and subdivision ordinance overhaul. As a side note, there is the first public workshop tomorrow evening, I believe, at 6 o'clock at UMW Dahlgren campus. I got that right? Thank you. So come on out and provide some input for that. So I had these flyers and I was trying to give them to citizens, our residents, to provide input. And I had a number of, I took 50 of them. I think I gave maybe like 10 back. I had a number of citizens politely decline the flyers due to the fact that they are not county residents. I met folks from Spotsylvania, Stafford, Westmoreland, even Culpeper counties, Colonial Beach, and Maryland. I do not know how many hotel rooms were occupied as a result of the fall festival, but I know for certain they brought a number of families from outside of King George to visit our community that day, and that's what tourism funding is all about. So special thanks to the King George Fall Festival Committee for all of their work on this very successful event. I'm going to move on to last night. I attended the FAMPO meeting. FAMPO will be revisiting their bylaws in the next several months, as well as possibly the MOU between it and GWRC. There may be an opportunity for our locality to join FAMPO as a voting member in the near future if we so choose. I also brought forward a comment or concern last night, as it appears a member of the House of Delegates who does not represent us is up for re-election and has stated publicly, if re-elected, will seek to reintroduce enabling legislation to create a regional transportation committee comprised of the 5 Planning District 16 members, including King George County. I expressed my concern to the committee, to FAMPO last night, as it seems the only jurisdiction who had had conversations with said delegate is the city of Fredericksburg. None of the 4 counties have been contacted to provide input once again on that initiative. So I am notifying my colleagues because last year on February 4th, we did submit a letter to the Transportation Committee of the House of Delegates opposing House Bill 1910 as it was substituted in committee. And it remained in committee. It never went out of committee last year. But I am notifying my colleagues that if this is revisited in the general session once again without seeking input from King George County, I will bring forward some options next month for us to allow our locality's wishes to be heard in the General Assembly. Yesterday, I attended the Department of Social Services board meeting. This evening, I too attended the Empower House Candlelight Vigil at our Citizens Center. Prior to this evening's meeting, I want to thank Sheriff Giles and our Commonwealth's Attorney, Carrie Gussman, for everything they did to bring that event forward this evening and all that their offices do to assist victims of domestic violence in our community. So last week, Ms. Bender touched on this a bit, and I have invited her to provide us with a presentation regarding the courthouse planning at our November 9th meeting. Last week, I served on a jury in service to our community. Although I had previously conducted a brief tour of the courthouse last year in contemplating the plan for a new facility, I had never spent considerable time in the building. I was there for 5 straight hours in a courtroom. I am sorry to report to you that the courtroom had shabby carpet, worn in places, was cramped, the paint on the ceiling was visibly peeling in large sheets, and the hallways accessible to the limited bathroom facilities, we all had to wait in line, were narrow and certainly not ADA accessible. And I heard these colleagues from my fellow jurors who did not know that I am in fact the at-large supervisor and the chairman of said board of supervisors. So that was rather humbling. Our courts employees, our victims, and the accused deserve a safer, modern facility, and I look forward to the day we can open our new courthouse for the people's business. For all the building lacks, though, those who work there still make sure their professionalism shines through. Thank you again for that, Sheriff Giles. So Ms. Bender touched on the real estate notice of change in assessment that we all received from the Commissioner of the Revenue's office in the weekend's mail. The county, please be aware, the county did issue an RFP on behalf of the Commissioner of the Revenue way back on March 3rd, 2020. Before really COVID. A condition of the contract required the real estate assessment services to be performed and completed by December 31st, 2021. So they're within the window. They got it done before the end of this year. The law requires the Commissioner of the Revenue reassess real property, land, every 4 years, so any change in your assessment accumulated over the past 4 years, not all at once, just in the last year, since the last assessment was actually conducted. So the reassessment is the new value of your land for the next 4 years, 2022 to 2025. That value will be used in conjunction with the real estate tax rate to determine your real estate tax bill. That is why the notice states this is not a tax bill. So if you have questions, comments, or disagree with your assessment, please follow the directions on the notice. I too I followed the directions yesterday. I called the assessor myself, not really because I had questions, but I wanted to test the system and see if a real human being did in fact call me back. And sure enough, about 3 hours later, he did. And he walked me through the process that the county used to create the assessments. And again, if you have questions, I would encourage you follow the directions. First step, call the assessor, get some answers to those questions. If you are still concerned, continue to follow the directions. There is a process whereby you can appeal the assessment. And I believe that is everything I had for this evening. Thank you. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. County officials' reports. Mr. Jones, I see our treasurer is here this evening. Do you have anything you wish to provide, any information you wish to share with us, sir? Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming out tonight.
You're welcome. Madam Chair, fellow board members, good evening. Couple items I wanted to touch on. Each of you should have in your email this evening a copy of this statement of accounts as of June the 30th, 2021. And that'll be listing all of the county's cash as well as the assets. You also should have in your email a list as of June 30th, 2021, a list of uncollected taxes. In addition, I also included a copy of the county's receipts and expenditures for September. I could offer the report in open record today. However, I decided just to send it to you. Those balances are unaudited, and so I'd have to come back and correct them, which I'm willing to do the next meeting, I guess November 9th. So I'm willing to come back and do that at that time. So, just also really quick, while I'm here, I might as well give a couple of notes about my office. Tax file has been sent to the printer, so those tax bills should be coming out shortly. Just to the constituents, it will not include the most recent assessments. Our phones have been off the hook a little bit about that as well. So, in addition, be prepared next month. I'd like to come before the board and present a plan that I have to automate our tax collection process. It's been a common issue on the time that it takes for our staff um, to process the taxes. There's only 4 of us. I have 2 part-time, but there are a lot of tax bills that come through the mail. So there's some options out there to automate it through some scanners and such. Collecting quotes now, so I'm be prepared next month. I'll come with a presentation. Hopefully we can make that happen for next year.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from members? No? Sure, sure. And so if you don't mind, sir, a lot of us didn't get to do a deep dive in what you had sent. So if you don't mind, we'll give you a ring or send you an email if we have questions about the data you provided tonight.
No problem.
Thank you very much. And we do appreciate you providing us with this information. We strive every day to be more transparent than we were the day before. So thank you for that.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Have a good evening.
Appreciate it.
All right. So Sheriff Giles, you're going to wait until the go right ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll talk on the grant when it comes up on the agenda. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. First off, I'd like to thank Dr. Anderson for the kind words that she spoke. It's very humbling. I very much appreciate it. But I'd like to take this time and report to you that in the past 3 months, the Sheriff's Office has responded to 12,939 calls for service. On Thursday, October 14th, 2021, as Madam Chair has experienced, the Sheriff's Office testified to 109 indictments to the grand jury. The grand jury returned all 109 as true bills. This is certainly a testament to how hard the men and women of the Sheriff's Office work to keep this community safe. It's also my understanding that the board will be discussing the American Rescue Plan project for King George later tonight. I understand that some of those funds will be used to pay the one-time bonus to the deputies that are not funded by the comp board. I want to stand before you tonight and tell you thank you. Thank you for that unwavering support of the Sheriff's Office that you've shown through your 10 years on the board. It doesn't go unnoticed, and it's very much appreciated by all the employees at the Sheriff's Office. All the kind words that everybody's said tonight couldn't be without y'all's support, and I appreciate your support. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Sheriff Giles. Any questions, comments from members? All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you later. All right. Report of the county attorney, Mr. Britton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
I think first up is the resolution that is presented to you tonight regarding the opioid settlement. The state's attorneys general throughout the United States have reached a settlement with 4 opioid manufacturers in a total of $26 billion. $22.7 billion of that is reserved for the states and their localities. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia is in the process of negotiating the amount that will be received by the Commonwealth and given to the localities. The more localities that participate, the more money that comes into the Commonwealth from the settlement, and presumably the more money into King George County and the other localities. There's basically 2 ways to go about it. One is to file suit, which some localities have done, and one is to agree to the settlement. The Virginia Attorney General has requested that localities participate in the settlement. I have provided all of those documents. In order to do so, we need to enter into a memorandum of understanding. Basically says that we agree to participate in the settlement and not file an independent lawsuit or join other localities in those lawsuits. So I presented that resolution going through the factual findings, the encouragement of the Attorney General in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and authorizing staff through the county administrator or my office to enter into the appropriate MOU. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Do we have any questions from members regarding the resolution?
Just a question of procedure. Is there two requirements, one for the resolution and another for directing staff? Or is it just the resolution that we need to make a motion on?
One motion on the resolution, it contains
The
both
direction for the staff.
adoption and authority for staff.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the resolution approving the county's participation in the proposed settlement of the opioid-related claims against McKesson, Cardinal Health, AmerisourceBergen, Janssen, and their related corporate entities, and directing the county administrator and/or a county attorney to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the county's participation in the settlement as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Britton. Your next item, sir.
Dominion Power has sent out a notice, Madam Chair, of a petition to develop solar and wind facilities, alternate energy facilities, in 13 units, 661 megawatts of energy with 70 megawatts of storage, in addition to a rate adjustment to cover the estimated cost of approximately $71 million. That includes the purchase of 24 contracts for 32 solar resources for 253 megawatts of energy and 33 megawatts of storage. This is required by a new law that took effect on July the 1st. And they have requested to schedule a hearing before the appropriate administrative boards of the Commonwealth of Virginia. There is no hearing set at this time. This is a required notice to all localities. And I would ask that it be posted on the county website. And then when a hearing is set and public comment is available, that the county administrator or myself update so that folks know that they can attend virtually or in person, maybe, I suppose, and give comment as they see fit, and or the board presenting any comments that it wishes, either officially or as individual members. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Any question from members? Do I have a motion to direct staff to do so per the county administrator's request?
So moved.
There was a lot to it, so I just figured to be safe. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Britton. And your next item, sir?
Madam Chair, the Hop Yard subdivision has, as you know, several requirements as a result of the development and rezoning proffers. One of those requirements is from time to time to give dedications. They have sent out a dedication for subdivisions, rights of way, the utility easements, permanent utility easements in this case, storm drainage easements, and for the county and the service authority to vacate water and sewer easements. They have included access easements, and the last item is a 5-foot additional easement along the drainage and utility easements, which are required. It's been reviewed by staff and by myself. It has been executed by the appropriate folks over at Hop Yard, and I would ask for a motion allowing yourself or staff to execute the agreement as you have done before. That is all.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I move to authorize staff to enter into
Section 11, Mr. Grady.
I'm sorry, say it again?
It's for Section 11. For the motion.
Oh,
this would
for
be
the
to
motion,
authorize
it's
staff
section.
to execute the Hop Yard deed of dedication as required for Section 11.
Section 11.
So moved. Thank you.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Britton. Will that be all this evening?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now move on to item 10-10, Board, Commission, Agency Reports, and Public Hearings. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding case number 21-02-E01, special exception permit request made by Telecom Capital Group on behalf of Ronnie V. Posey, owner, for a telecommunication facility consisting of a 190-foot monopole plus a 4-foot lightning rod and 60-foot by 60-foot equipment compound. Access off Hobson Lane, State Route 659, parcel owned by Ronnie V. Posey, tax map 16, parcel 21, 18.4 acres, zoned A2, Rural Agricultural District. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. The board may or may not take action tonight, depending on information received during public comment. So on behalf of the Department of Community Development, we have Mr. Louis Pancotti, one of our planners. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Louis Pancotti, Senior Planner, and I will be presenting special exception case number 21-02-E01. As Madam Chair mentioned, this is a special exception permit request made by Telecom Capital Group on behalf of Ronnie V. Posey for a telecommunication facility consisting of a 190-foot monopole plus a 4-foot lightning rod and a 60-foot by 60-foot equipment compound. Telecommunication facility is listed as a use permitted only by special exception in the A2 zoning district per section 2.4.3 of the zoning ordinance. Telecom Capital Group LLC submitted an application for a special exception on February 11th, 2021. At its June 2021 meeting, the Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to forward the application to the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing and provide a recommendation. At its June 15th, at its July 13th, 2021 meeting, the Planning Commission, after discussion, Mr. Williams made a motion to forward the case to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation for approval. The motion was seconded by Mr. Gabbaro and carried with a vote of 7-1. At the August 17th, 2021 Board of Supervisor meeting, Mr. Bush made a motion to remand the case back to the Planning Commission to provide a new recommendation based on the modifications to the application since the Commission made its original recommendation. The motion was seconded by Mr. Granger and carried unanimously. At the September 15th, 2021 meeting, or Planning Commission meeting, Mr. Moss made a motion to forward the case to the Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval. Mr. Gabbaro seconded the motion and it carried with a vote of 4-3. Parcel 21 on tax map 16 is located along Hobson Lane, State Route 659, and has frontage on Dahlgren Road, State Route 206. It is located in the Potomac River North Rural Development Area in the James Monroe voting district. The property is 18 acres in size, according to the Commissioner of the Revenue data, and is zoned A2. The proposed access will be from Hobson Lane, and the only utilities proposed will be electric. The property is currently vacant. This survey shows the property and the location of the lease area for the facility and the access easement. The site will consist of a 6,400 square foot lease area. The tower itself will be located 251 feet from the front property line, 724 feet from the rear property line, 348 feet from the northern side property line, and 195 feet from the southern property line. It is located 402 feet from the nearest residence. The ordinance requires that the tower be set back from any off-site residential structure no less than 400 feet. The lease area will contain 4 equipment spaces, and a 195-foot monopole with a 4-foot lightning rod. It'll be enclosed by an 8-foot tall security fence with barbed wire and one 12-foot wide access gate. The required 4-foot buffer that consists of existing vegetation is indicated on the drawings and is included in the special exception area. Here's a picture provided by the applicant of the existing vegetation on the site from the road. This will be retained and used to meet that screening requirement. The tower will have a galvanized gray finish in accordance with the zoning ordinance, and it will not be illuminated. Access to the site is to be provided by a 30-foot easement and a 30-foot by 50-foot turnaround and parking area. The drive will be 20-foot wide and will be comprised of compact gravel. The drive has been designed to accommodate a fire apparatus, and the King George Department of Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Services approved of the plan on May 25th, 2021. The entrance will be located off Hobson Lane, and it will have a total width of about 77 feet and include an 18-foot culvert. Once construction is complete, visits to the facility will be limited to 1 or 2 per month. VDOT has found the entrance plan acceptable on May 10th, 2021. The applicant has provided a radio frequency engineering study, or RF study, to justify the need for such facility and provide background information and context. The RF study found the following. The proposed candidate site provides continuous coverage to the heavily trafficked 206 corridor and surrounding area. The proposed candidate can accommodate multiple national, regional, and local service providers, and the lack of existing communication transmission structures that there is a lack of existing communication transmission structures. There are no communication towers within a 2-mile radius of the proposed site. Here's a map from the RF study showing the existing coverage in the area. As you can see, the coverage is very indicated in the area, as indicated by gray, red, and yellow. And these maps show the coverage with the proposed site developed with a minimum of a 140-foot tower. Section 4.12 of the zoning ordinance outlines the additional requirements for telecommunication facilities. The applicant has provided an explanation of how the application meets this section. 4.1.12 states that owner of the telecommunication facility shall provide at no cost to the county co-location opportunities as a county benefit to improve radio communication for county departments and emergency services. 4.12.2 provides the requirements for decommissioning and abandonment. A bond or some other reasonable assurance is required for the removal cost of the tower. 4.12.3 sets forth the co-location requirements and states that evidence should be submitted to demonstrate no existing tower or structure can accommodate the applicant's proposed antenna. These criteria were addressed in the RF study and the applicant's statement of justification. 4.12.5 is the construction and maintenance provision. This includes the gray finish, the restriction on lighting and signs, and the requirement that the site be kept free of trash and debris. It also states that all towers must meet or exceed current standards of the regulations of the FFA and the FCC and any other agency of the federal government with the authority to regulate towers and antennas, and all communication facilities shall maintain compliance with current radio frequency emission standards of the FCC. 4.12.6 covers what materials are required for towers. This ordinance requires the engineering report, the co-location policy, the FAA airspace study, and a commitment from the service provider. FFA approval and agreement with Verizon was included in your packet. The applicant should also provide simulated photographs of the tower, which I will show momentarily. 4.12.7 requires that the towers be 400 feet from any residential structure. 4.12.8 limits the height of towers to 199 feet. And 4.12.10 states that the owner of the facilities, or that the land of the facility shall include a landscape buffer of plant materials that effectively screen the view of the support buildings from adjacent property. The standard buffer shall consist of a landscape strip of at least 4 feet wide outside the perimeter of the facility. Natural vegetation sufficient enough to serve as a buffer may be used in lieu of planting a buffer. This map shows the perspective of each photo simulation provided by the applicant showing the tower. I will briefly show each one. As you can see, the tower site is indicated by the red arrow. These would be right on Hobson Lane. Section 5.4 of the zoning ordinance outlines what criteria an application should meet to be considered for a special exception. The applicant has provided a response to each item. The granting of a special exception, A, will not be detrimental to the safety, health, morals, and general welfare of the community involved. The proposed facility will not pose any detrimental effects to safety, health, morals, and general welfare of the community. In fact, the enhanced wireless service in the surrounding area it will enhance wireless service in the surrounding area and assist emergency response personnel in better serving those in need, thereby improving safety, health, and general welfare of the community. B, it will not tend to create congestion in streets, roads, alleys, and other public ways and places in the area involved. The facility is unmanned and will have a separate access road off Hobson Lane for the applicant and applicant tenants. Visits to the facility, once the initial construction is completed, are generally limited to one to two visits per month. C, will not create hazards for fire, panic, or other dangers. The proposed facility will be installed in accordance with all building and safety codes and will not create hazards for fire, panic, or other dangers. D, will not tend to overcrowding of the land and cause undue concentration of population. The facility is unmanned and as such will not increase population in the area. The actual disturbed area is approximately 1/4 acre, which is nominal considering the overall size of the parcel, which is 18.4 acres. E, it will not adversely affect or interfere with the public or private roads, parks, playgrounds, water supplies, sewage disposal, transportation, or other public requirements, conveniences, or improvements. As stated above, the facility is self-contained and will not have any traffic or utility impacts on the subject or surrounding parcels. The only utility access will be power. F, will not interfere with adequate light and air. The facility will not be lighted unless required by the FAA, and as such will create no interference with light and or air. G, will not interfere with the general purpose and intent of the ordinance as demonstrated by this application. The proposal is in accordance with the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. H, the use shall not tend to change the character and established pattern of development in the area proposed. The telecommunication facility is a use permitted by special exception in the A2 zoning district, and the county has already approved other towers in the A2 zoning district. The proposed facility will have minimal visual impacts on this A2 zone and will significantly improve the wireless serving to those living, working, and traveling through this part of King George. And I, the use shall be in harmony with uses permitted by right in the zoning district. The telecommunication facility is a permitted use by special exception in the A2 zoning district and will serve those participating in other uses permitted by right in this zone with only minimal visual impact. The permit will be issued with the following conditions. After the July 13th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, amendments were made to the proposed conditions at the applicant's request. The new additions are shown in italics and any deletions are stricken through. These modification or modified conditions were presented to the Planning Commission at the September 14th meeting. The first condition is that the site shall be developed consistent with the preliminary plan entitled Eden Estates prepared by Christopher D. Moran dated May 3rd, 2021. 2, prior to any site work or construction, a final site plan shall be submitted and approved in accordance with the King George County zoning ordinance. 3, King George County shall be provided at no rent cost to the county co-location opportunities to improve radio and other communication for county departments, authorities, agents, and citizens and emergency services and other such persons or entities as the county see fit to benefit the public interest. Such space shall be included both tower space and sheltered equipment space on the ground within the proposed equipment compound. The county shall be responsible for the cost of installation, operation, maintenance, and removal of its equipment. The owner or its designee or the party controlling the operation of the facility shall not be required to make any material alteration to the site as shown on the preliminary plan in order to effectuate the allocation of space to the county. The owner or its designee or party controlling the operation of the facility shall enter into the appropriate leases to effectuate this condition. 4, space shall be reserved for use by King George County at no rent cost. This shall preclude the county from being granted additional space free of rent costs if the additional needs arise. Additionally, adequate ground space shall also be made available to the county for the location of communications equipment within the proposed equipment compound. Telecommunications services provided by this site shall be guaranteed not to interfere with the county's radio/communication system. The owner or her designee controlling the operation of the facility shall enter into the appropriate leases to effectuate this condition. The owner or his designee or the party controlling the operation shall not be required to make any material alteration to the site as shown on the preliminary plan in order to effectuate the allocation of space to the county. The facility must meet or exceed the current standards of any regulations of the FAA or the FCC and other agency of the Commonwealth or federal government with the authority to regulate towers and antennas. This includes compliance with the current radio frequency emission standards of the FCC. The facility, or I just read condition 5, the facility shall be designed not to and shall not exceed an overall height of 199 feet, and the tower shall be constructed with and maintain either a galvanized steel finish or subject to any applicable standards of the Federal Aviation Administration, be painted a neutral color so as to reduce the visual obstructiveness. Condition 8, the design and construction and maintenance of the buildings and related structures shall, to the extent possible, use materials, colors, textures, screenings, and landscapings that will blend the tower facilities to the natural settings and surrounding structures. 9, no advertising of any type may be placed on the tower or accompanying facility. The facility shall be landscaped with a buffer of plant materials that effectively screen the view of support buildings from the adjacent property. The standard buffer shall consist of a landscape strip of at least 4 feet outside the perimeter of the facilities. The existing vegetation sufficient to serve as a buffer may be used in lieu of planting the landscape buffer. Existing mature tree growth and natural landforms on the site shall be preserved to the maximum extent possible. All plant material used as landscaping or buffering shall be tended and maintained in healthy growing condition. Dead plant material shall be replaced in kind. Thank you. The facility shall be enclosed by security fencing no less than 8 feet in height and shall be equipped with appropriate anti-climb device. Access to the facility shall be provided by an entrance approved by PDOT with a 20-foot wide access road. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, an engineering report certifying that the proposed tower is structurally suitable and adequate height for co-location with a minimum of 3 users, including the primary users, must be submitted by the applicant. 14, if the facility is not in operation for a continuous period of 24 months, it shall be considered abandoned. The owner of the abandoned facility, TGC or its successor in interest, shall have it removed within 90 days of receipt of the notice from the county notifying the owner of such removal requirement. The posting of a bond will be required prior to the final site plan approval equal to the cost of decommissioning. The bond amount shall be determined based on an engineer's cost estimate approved by the Department of Community Development. In the event the bond amount is insufficient to cover the cost of the removal, the county reserves the right to seek the remaining balance from the owner of the abandoned facility. Prior to further expansion of the structures or facilities that would constitute substantial change under Section 6409 of the Tax Act, a new special exception permit must be obtained from the Board of Supervisors. A site plan submitted and approved in accordance with King George County zoning ordinance must be filed with any request to substantially change the structures or facilities. Condition 16, the preliminary plan shall be valid for 1 year after the date of this special exception. The site is located in the Potomac River North Rural Development Area. Telecommunication facilities are discussed specifically in Section N, Telecommunication Plan, and Chapter 5, Utilities of the King George County Comprehensive Plan. The applicant has given a response to Section N. The wireless carriers always prefer to co-locate on existing structures whenever possible, as long as it is located on these structures will adequately serve their network needs. As shown on Exhibit E, this particular area has no suitable structures within a 2-mile radius, and as such, a new telecommunication tower is required. Further, TGC intends to build the tower to a height that will accommodate the needs of all major carriers, reducing the need for additional towers in the future. Accordingly, TCG believes that this application for a telecommunication facility is in compliance with the spirit and intent of the King George County Comprehensive Plan. Lastly, the Department of Community Development staff and the Planning Commission recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve case number 21-02-E01, special exception permit request made by Telecom Capital Group on behalf of Ronnie B. Posey, owner, for a telecommunication facility consisting of a 195-foot monopole plus a 4-foot lightning rod and a 60 by 60-foot equipment compound. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is here to present, and I have received some documents from citizens that are available for public view. I also have some written correspondence to be read during the public comment.
Thank you, sir. If you could bring whatever correspondence forward, once we get to that point when I ask for written correspondence, we'll make sure it gets read into the record of the public hearing.
Thank you.
So before you leave the podium, though, any questions for staff from members? Mr. Granger.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Pancotti, thank you for the brief. It was pretty long, but thank you for providing it. I appreciate the information and the thoroughness. I'm going to ask you just directly, have there been any changes to the proposal since the Planning Commission approved in September?
No.
I figured no, but I thought it's just to be on the safe side. And then I think it was item number 4. It had to deal with additional space. It stated the county would be granted additional space free of rent cost if additional needs arise. How would that work? Like if the county just says, hey, we need more space, they have to give it to us? Do they have to agree? How does that relationship work?
A lot of that detail would go into the lease that would be entered into by both parties. They would be, because of the conditions in the special exception, would have to at least have those discussions and meet the requirement in that special exception permit to provide access to the tower. But again, a lot of the more minute details would be considered during the negotiation for the lease.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. Mr. Stonehill?
Louis, thank you for a very detailed report. I might have missed it in the slides. I was trying to look up, but you're talking about the 190-foot monopole. I guess that's just the standard that you can look up on the internet, and that's what it's going to look like with the. Did you have a picture of it up there?
This was the rendering.
The rendering of it.
The site plan.
Okay, yeah, I was looking for a photo, but I did find it on the FCC. I mean, that's fine. I just want to check on that. I think that's all my questions for you. Thank you.
Ms. Bender?
I have a question about, I've seen other cell towers have it to look like a tree. Or is it just going to be a monopole without that?
The proposal is to just have a monopole with a galvanized gray finish.
And then looking at those pictures, is where the arrow is about the height you would see over the trees, or is that just the arrow there?
It is pointing to the top of the tower.
Okay, so that's about how high it would be.
About, yes.
And that picture is taken from 206?
It's on Dahlgren Road, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Mr. Bush?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at a 190-foot, 95-foot monopole plus a 4-foot lightning rod, which takes us to 199 feet, which is the max allowable under our special exception, correct?
Yes.
So under permit conditions number 4, I'm not a subject matter expert on the FAA, but I noticed earlier you were talking about how this pole will not be illuminated unless, unless it was required by the FAA. However, under permit conditions, it may meet or exceed FAA standards. I bring that up because In that area, we tend to have some flyovers from helicopters doing response on 301 when there's medevacs and stuff. So I don't know, it may be required under FAA currently, it may not, but I would like to have some kind of provision in there to where at night there's some kind of illumination at the top, like a strobe beacon or something, so that if helicopters are in the area, that there's not just an unilluminated pole that could potentially be a hazard. That's the only thing I would like to throw out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that is currently not a condition of the permit, am I correct?
To have a
What
strobe or light
Mr.
at the-
Bush just requested?
It is currently not, no. The tower must meet FCC and FAA requirements, so if the FAA required something like that, they would be required to do that.
But in the language that I was looking at, it said may meet or exceed. So this would be something that would exceed that FAA standard. So is that something that we could request be put on there? I don't want to delay the process, but if it's something that we could potentially down the road as the engineering comes in or something to that effect, it would be something I would like looked at that point. And it may very well be covered already because it may be an FAA requirement because of the total foot height.
And I believe the applicant may be able to provide a little more insight into that requirement from the FFA.
So I'll ask the applicant in just a moment to come forward. So I just have a question about permit condition number 5. And my understanding is that this would be enforceable not only as a condition of the special exception permit, but also under our county ordinance as well as FCC rules. The facility must meet or exceed current standards and regulations of the FAA and the Federal Communications Commission and any other agency of the Commonwealth and or federal government with the authority to regulate towers and antennas. This includes compliance with current radio frequency emissions standards of the FCC. Am I correct? So whatever is current, whatever it is now, and if, say, in the future, the FCC were to revisit those radio frequency emission standards, the applicant would be required to meet that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Just want to make sure that's very clear for everybody. Okay. So are there any other questions for staff before I allow the applicant or his representative to answer questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Pancotti, very much. If you will stand by in the event we have any additional questions, I appreciate your patience.
Of course.
All right. Do we have anyone here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Posey, who wishes to address the board?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Tracy Themack, and I am the agent for this application for Telecom Capital Group. My address is 117 Orinoco in Alexandria, Virginia, 22314. I understand I have 20 minutes for the applicant's presentation. What I'd like to do is take 10 or so to go through our presentation and then save 5 or whatever is remaining so that I can address any concerns from the community or questions that you have. Also with me tonight are Ryan Deere, Manny Dereja, and Mark Fisher, all from Telecom Capital Group. Co-applicant on the application. Also, Matt Butcher is our radio frequency expert and engineer, so he can answer more technical questions that you may have. And Chris Morin is our Annie, who prepared the drawings, so he also can answer more specific questions. I will do my best, and then if they get more technical, I will hand it over to them to give you the best answers we possibly can. A little bit about TCG. They are a Calvert County-based infrastructure developer. They've been in business in constructing telecom facilities like this since 1994. They have worked with all the major wireless carriers, including putting local utilities and emergency response facilities on the towers that they have built. In fact, they have built several here in King George County. Why is this site needed now? I think during the pandemic, we all were made very aware of the higher demand for both wireless coverage both for data and for traffic. This increased 24.3% for voice traffic and almost 20% for data traffic. 2.4 million children were connected wirelessly to facilitate learning during the pandemic, and of the 240 million calls that are made to 911 each year in the US, 80% of these are made from wireless devices. It is critical that emergency response personnel, both police and fire, be able to not only receive calls, but also find the locations of those people making those calls. By 2023, we predict that there will be 31 billion connected devices. There were over 7,000 wireless emergency messages sent in 2018, and over the past 5 years, an additional 1.5 million Americans living in rural areas have been covered by broadband because of facilities like this. Right now, there is an average of 1.2 devices per person in the country that depend on wireless services, and between the years 2014 and 2017, wireless data traffic increased fourfold. Similarly, between 2010 and 2017, we saw almost 200 million more smartphones in active use, and it is stated that reliable wireless coverage is one of the most important things people are now considering when they go to purchase a home, even more so than a good commuting time, home prices, or even good schools. They need to be able to work from home, and I think the past year has made that very clear. I'd go back to that slide because we also have had conversations with local emergency response personnel about this specific site. So while this is a nationwide pattern that we're seeing with wireless, the demand for wireless, we're also seeing it here. We have spoken to the representatives of emergency response personnel, and they've said, yeah, a site here is needed in this specific search area, not just in King George in general, but here. So while we're giving you the national pattern, it's also true on a local level as well. These propagation maps show you, and I know Lewis went over these in detail as well, but to the left in that chart, that propagation map shows the existing coverage, and the site we are proposing is essentially in the center of that red ring. The gray indicates no service, the red indicates very bad service with a lot of dropped and blocked calls, yellow indicates essentially street coverage, you could be outside and place a call, and the green is really the strongest level of coverage, meaning you could place a call from inside your home or a building. So the right propagation map shows that the improvement in coverage, which is fairly significant, that you'll see from this site once it is up and on air. Lewis also had this graphic. We do, of course, search. Verizon is the lead carrier on this. They are driving the need. They are the ones that are hearing from their customer base about dropped and blocked calls or the inability to get a signal. And there were no tall structures within a 2-mile radius where Verizon could just go and co-locate. That would be a cheaper option. It would be certainly a faster option, which is when TCG was brought in to see if we could build another macro site here. You will see in the surrounding area, though, the existing wireless sites with which this site will work in conjunction. So as people are traveling or signals need to travel, it will bounce from tower to tower, and it's critical that we have this pattern so that calls progress as people travel and as the signal travels. Also, as staff said, we're proposing 195-foot monopole and a 60 by 60-foot compound to house the carrier's equipment. Verizon Wireless is driving the need for service. Their RF engineers have determined what height they need to get to achieve the propagation that you saw in those maps. 190 is the lowest that will achieve that coverage and will reach the maximum number of people. In compliance with the county zoning ordinance, we also have space on the monopole for 3 additional future co-locating carriers, so that what we can avoid is what we call the pincushion effect, which is multiple carriers coming in and saying, oh, T-Mobile also needs a site here. And AT&T also needs a site. So you end up with 4 or 5 90 to 120-foot poles instead of one pole that it can accomplish everything. You've seen the elevation view here. Each center line that you see there, with Verizon being at the top center line of 190 feet, we have to have a 10-foot separation between each carrier to prevent any sort of interference between carriers. So essentially what you're looking at is a 190, 180, 160, and 170 and 160 rad center. So the last carrier to arrive at this tower would still get a level of 160 and be able to propagate over the trees and essentially achieve the maximum coverage for that carrier. To the right is the equipment compound, and what you see there is everything contained in there will be the equipment cabinets of the carriers to support the monopole. This location was chosen. It is when searching for a location for a macro site like this, we are searching for a relatively large parcel. If we can, sometimes we look at schools or parks. They tend to be so centrally located because while people want these to be in commercial or industrial zones, they also need to provide service to residential and agricultural zones. So they need to be in those zones as well. In a residential area, it's nearly impossible because the lots are just simply too small. We can't meet setbacks. We can't meet the 400-foot setback from residential structures. This site presents a unique opportunity. It is highly treed, which reduces visual impact. It is large at 18.4 acres. And as you'll see on the next slide, it is close to the R1 district where installation of a macro site like this would not be possible because of what I just spoke on, but it achieves coverage for the people living in that R1 district. So this is sort of the optimal situation where you have people being able to benefit from the service that the tower will provide without having to have it in the residential zone. It also will serve all of those traveling or that suffer emergency response needs along Dahlgren Road. That average annual daily traffic was estimated at about 10,000. So it's critical that we have a lot of people both living, working, and traveling through this area at King George. Photo sims, I believe the idea of a monopine was brought up, and I want to be clear, we are proposing a monopole here. While we do look at monopines, we tend to look at a monopine solution or a stealth solution like that when we are considering facilities that are smaller. This tends to look ridiculous in the wintertime when the trees are 80 to 90 feet. You have a large toilet bowl brush sticking up, and it looks very different than you imagine it would look. In the spring, it might be reasonable, but at a height of 190 feet, it tends to just be. We've actually presented boards with photo sims of both, and we're laughed out of the room because they go clearly, this becomes a galvanized steel pool becomes more innocuous than something that is structured like a monopine. Their designs are getting better, but they're not there yet. Lewis went through the photo sims. You're correct, the arrow points to the very top of the tower, and the locations are shown below. I believe they were given in your packet, so I won't spend too much time here. I did want to quickly address, Matt Butcher is our RF engineer, and the two things were brought up in questions to staff. First, the FAA has submitted a determination of no hazards. They know what height we are planning to build at. They have determined that it is not hazardous to any flight paths in the area, and the fact that we are capped at 199, the FAA regulations require us to light a tower if it's 200 feet. And in fact, they often don't like us to light towers that are less than that because it provides an unclear signal to pilots of both helicopters and planes. If they see a lit tower, they assume that that tower is 200 feet or greater. If we light a tower under that, it's a mixed message as to what could be there. So this has gone to the FAA. They have told us that it will not have to be lit. And that's part of our application. I believe also maximal permissible exposure limits were brought up. We are required to submit documentation that this site will comply with the FCC's maximum permissible radio frequency exposures, the safety limits. Matt will speak more directly on this, and he is much better at it than I am. But not only will Verizon have to submit reports to the FCC demonstrating this, but once we have the cumulative effect, possibly of all 4 carriers on this tower, we will have to show that their cumulative safety, their cumulative RF exposure is still well within the MPE, and we'll have to do that on a regular basis. But that's what we have for our case in chief. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I'd like to leave the rest of our time for our experts and to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
So and your counsel, ma'am, do I have that right? Any questions for applicant's counsel before we move on to experts? No? No? Mr. Bush?
I would just like to thank you for the point you made about the FAA and that comparison of how if it's less than 200 feet, that it could throw things off. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw my consideration that I mentioned earlier. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush.
If I may, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
One note that I had, I was trying to scribble down while you were talking. I do also want to add that a full NEPA report was done on this site, which is a pretty extensive environmental study. So they did look at archaeological effects, environmental effects, endangered species for this particular parcel. So we've also submitted to staff, and that's part of the record as well. That's the only thing I omitted and did not have a slide on. I apologize.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I personally requested the NEPA report from staff, and it was provided to every member of the board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So who will you be asking to join you next? And you are right at 11 minutes right now.
I would
Yes.
ask Matt Butcher, he's our RF expert, to come up and give you a little bit more on the safety and the signal propagation about how this is going to serve the community members of King George. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Matthew Butcher, 213 North Evergreen Street in Arlington, Virginia. I'm a licensed engineer in the state of Virginia and a number of other states. And my specialty is radio frequency engineering and human exposure to radio frequency engineering. The maximum permissible exposure, or the FCC emission or exposure limits, are often a question. For installations of this type, the only areas where there would be any exceedance of those limits would be up at the antenna height, so 160 feet or higher, and out to a degree of maybe 30 or 40 feet, depending on the technology being applied. So you'd really have to get in a hot air balloon to get into an area that might exceed the RF exposure limits. The levels on the ground from a site like this, and I've measured literally thousands of them, tend to be 1,000 times below those exposure limits. I could go into kind of all sorts of gory detail about that, but if you have any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you, sir. Questions from members? Mr. Granger?
Not so much, I guess, about the physics of the exposure. I guess what my question would be, you mentioned that every so often you have to go back and have it checked with the FCC and have it verified that it's not above that threshold. What happens if it is above the threshold? Do you have to take equipment off? What's the process in that situation?
It's never happened.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, I guess the example is if you have a car stereo and you have a 100-watt car stereo, it might be too loud. I mean, we had these questions about noise ordinances. It might be too loud at a certain distance. At 10 times that distance, it's not going to be too loud. No matter, as long as you only have a 100-watt stereo, and the radios on this system will have a fixed amount of power. So it just can't happen. Physics would preclude that. The wireless operators have to document that they are within the exposure limit, both individually and cumulatively for the site. Typically, once you show that you're less than 5% of the exposure limit, you don't really have to consider anybody else. That's actually part of the FCC regulation, because there can't be 20 different people that would magically exceed that 5% in any one space. So it basically doesn't happen. There aren't times when somebody goes and exceeds it. The only time that it might happen was a television or a radio broadcast, which operate at much higher powers.
So do you have a process in place if it does? I understand what you're saying, and I can appreciate that from the physics and how that works. It's like you're like this. It's not going to happen, but what if it does? Let's just pretend it does. Do you have a process in place for what you would do in regards to the contracts with those telecommunications providers, and how's that work?
The only times that it comes that it might happen is near broadcast antenna systems, where again powers are very high and you get to levels that are above that 5% where anybody can be, and then what you have to do is make sure that another operator bringing a new system into that area that might contribute to something would have to make sure that they don't. In fact, I recently did some work exactly on that at a broadcast site. For a telecommunications site, again, the levels are going to be literally 1,000 times below the exposure limit on the ground from this. There's no way that a telecommunications provider is going to exceed exposure limits where anybody could get to on this site. So I don't have an answer for you because
Okay.
it's never happened.
I understand. I mentioned though you have.
They would have to fix it.
Okay.
It's not going to happen.
What would fix it look like? Just out of curiosity.
Have to change their power or
Okay.
change the antenna system so that that
It doesn't happen.
doesn't happen.
Thank you.
Mr. Stonehill?
I didn't mean for you to sit down, but you said you do check these towers every now and then. Is there anything in place, like how often they get checked, for any type of RF stuff? I mean, I know you just said you checked a lot of them, but I mean, is that something that the cell tower maintenance program or whatever, do they actually check them?
So the standard practice is when you install a new antenna system, you look at the maximum power that it can produce, and you predict the area where it might exceed that exposure limit. And if there's no change, and it's done by computer, you don't have to go to the site to measure it. There's an old line that nobody believes a model or a computer analysis of something except for the guy that did it. And everybody believes a measurement except for the guy that did it. Because when you go and take a measurement, you're just taking it at one point in time as opposed to if it were operating at full power. I said earlier about it may exceed the exposure limits. When Verizon or anybody predicts where their compliance boundary is, where an area might exceed exposure limit, they use the maximum power that they could possibly transmit. They typically transmit much, much less than that. So even though this boundary might be 30 feet, in actuality, at any point in time, it may be 5 feet or 2 feet.
Yeah, I was looking at the pictures from the FCC about how it goes out and where it's affected and everything. And I mean, they're clearly stating right there that there is no reason to believe that towers constitute a potential hazard to nearby residents or students. So I was, looking at that, and then also it shows that the Mayo Clinic, which knows a little bit about health, also has a cell tower right next to them, and it's been there for 30 years. So
You can hardly find a hospital that doesn't have a radio system.
cell tower, right?
On its roof.
I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ms. Bender?
I have a question on, what is the report that you mentioned that the carriers have to do I would guess it would be yearly?
So there is no time requirement of this. The FCC regulation is that the operators consider and have available information on their analysis. So there's no submittal of these reports to the FCC. They are required by their license to maintain documentation that they're in compliance with the regulations. The FCC, if they think something might be out of compliance or somebody brings it to their attention, or they're just doing an inspection of a facility, they could go and measure something and say, hey, we found it to be outside of compliance, and we need you to file your findings or why you said it was incompliant. There's not a formal, everybody has to turn in a piece of paper to the FCC, but what the standard practice for all the wireless operators is they maintain a huge database of compliance assessments of all of their sites. That's the standard practice.
My question is, if a resident wanted to find that data, how would they find it?
So the easiest way would be to ask. So if they ask the operator, say, hey, has compliance been done on this site? And the operator will usually provide some sort of information saying that yes, it has, and the compliance has been met. If you were to call, if a resident thought that the operator wasn't being forthright, they could consult with the FCC. The FCC's standard practice, if the antenna is more than 10 meters or 30 feet above the ground, they say there's no way it's not compliant. So that's all you really need to know. That's what the FCC would say. So like I said, I've done thousands of these compliance reports, and I can generate a report that says it's going to be 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 times below the exposure limit in the worst case condition for a site like this. But there's no requirement to file that. Usually the wireless operators like to be good neighbors and will respond to a request from a neighbor if they have a concern.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bush?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a visual person. I don't understand RF and all this stuff, so I'm gonna just keep it simple. What is the comparison of exposure from being near the tower and me talking on my cell phone? Can you give a comparison of what the exposure would be?
Yes. So your cell phone is measured by a laboratory that's been approved by the FCC, and it will operate at from maybe 10% of the exposure. Actually, it'll go down to a very small percentage, but up to almost exactly 100% of the amount of energy that you're allowed to expose somebody to. If your phone is operating a long way from a tower, like in this neighborhood now, it has to transmit more energy to get to the nearest communication site. So it could be operating at near half or 80% of the exposure limit, whereas the exposure from a tower is literally thousands of times below. So if you're concerned about RF exposure, the best thing that can happen is somebody to build one of these towers, because your phone turns its power down because it only needs to communicate that short distance, and your exposure goes down. So your phone is by far the most exposure that almost anybody gets, is having a phone on you or using your phone. Literally hundreds or maybe thousands of times more than from a base station site.
So you're saying that our cell phones at this point are giving us 100 to maybe 1,000 times more exposure right now than if anything this tower can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for you, sir. You may be seated. Thank you for your patience. All right, I will now open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward in the order you are called, and then I will ask for anyone else who did not make it on the sign-up sheet. As a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes, and please state your name and your address when you begin your comment. Ms. Lorraine Marsh.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Lorraine Marsh. I live at 8116 Hobson Lane. I'm going to be living within 402 feet of the proposed cell phone tower. I'm a registered nurse, and so I am here to talk about the construction placement of the tower. We already know that current technology creates RF exposure that poses serious health to humans, animals, and the environment. The medical and scientific communities have already shown greater increases in cancer, especially childhood cancers, DNA damage, memory change, personality, behavioral changes, higher incident of autism and hyperactivity in children. The FCC is responsible for the regulation of wire communication. It's required by law to periodically evaluate the impact of RF on the quality of the human environment. 1996 was the last time FCC updated the standards for wireless radiation. In 1996, the Google search engine I was using to review this scientific data was not even invented. Back then, 20 million Americans only had access to the internet, and they spent 30 minutes per month surfing on the internet. There is no federal agency that measures or monitors RF levels and the health and environmental effects. Government terminated that program decades ago. The last international study by WFO on RF levels worldwide was 20 years ago. It was determined then RF radiation was a human carcinogen, and that was the technology of 20 years ago. There is currently no US agency or international authority that's research reviewed or set safety limits on RF technology. They rely on the private industry, such as the telecommunication industry, to conduct their own research. This industry and wireless carriers rely on the government and its agencies who are supposed to oversee and regulate standards to do so, and therefore nothing is done. King George County ordinances have also not been updated in years. Most counties or localities in Virginia have now placed restrictions for the placement of cell phone towers. Many, such as Fairfax County, has banned the construction until the FCC updates the regulation. 20 states have now halted or banned the construction, and more than 50 countries worldwide have done so. In our little county, cell phone service may not be the best, but I will tell you it's as effective as it is in my downtown DC office. I also drive through Dahlgren Road every single day on my way back and forth, and I have no issues. We like where we live. We have a mixed neighborhood of 40 homes of babies, children, adults, and elderly. We wave at each other while we're out strolling up and down the lane. We're very concerned about the construction of this tower and its impact on the health and welfare of our neighbors. How are the ambulances, fire trucks going up and down the lane during construction going to be impeded? What are we going to do about the school buses and the kids that are trying to get up and down? Will we ever be able to go for a peaceful stroll down the lane again? The federal courts in DC has recently ruled that the FCC has completely failed to respond to public concern regarding the environmental harm caused by RF radiation. They state that federal agencies no longer have any interest with protection. For your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kevin Marsh.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Marsh, live at 8116 Hobson Lane. The 400-foot setback zone for the tower extends over my property and several others and interferes with our rights to fully use and enjoy our property because of our concerns over health hazards. Having the tower where planned would also devalue our homes approximately 10 to 20%. This means the value of my property could be reduced by $70,000. And then it's over $1 million with the homes just in that immediate area. There's the question of who this tower would really serve. The propagation map and needs survey portion of the application for the special exemption shows the map tower would improve cell coverage for the residents in the immediate Whedonville area, as well as those to the north and east. By the indicated petition, most of the folks on the part of Whedonville are willing to forego better reception in the means of not having the eyesore of the tower looming over us. In the area north of the proposed tower, there's very few homes, but it does include Peppermill Swamp, which has no need for a cell tower. East of us, there are only a small amount of homes within a mile or so of Route 206. So those of us with local knowledge, as opposed to the out-of-state company wanting to build the tower, need to think about who the tower would really serve. We're asking the county to have the tower company find another site because the one they have chosen is not reasonable. You should know there's other sites available. The American Legion down Route 206 indicated they would be happy to host the tower site on the acreage and they need the revenue. We ask you to keep in mind, according to the tower company's own application, cell service from the tower only affects the area within a 2-mile radius. Arguments that the concerns of our small community should be put aside for the interest of the greater good are unacceptable. This is a local issue, and we don't want the tower in our area. Also, it'd be hard to find other towers within the county that are right up against neighborhoods like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Denise Gibson.
Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm Denise Gibson. I live at 8157 Whedonville Drive. Good evening. I am in favor of approving the special exception permit under case number 21-02-Echo 01. Cell service is the means available for internet access at my home. Atlantic Broadband wouldn't even come to my home to conduct a site survey, so I'm stuck with cell service. Satellite service for uploading and downloading is not any better. I often have to go to the library, loading up my personal computer to conduct any kind of research because websites want lots of pretty things, pictures, downloads, uploads, etc. And it's very hard to get that to come onto my computer at home. And I shouldn't have to go elsewhere to be afforded access to services that many other people in this county are afforded. Or I shouldn't have to go outside hunting for signal to make a phone call using my cell phone. I'm unable to stream, and even viewing YouTube videos to learn, doing crafts, requires so much buffering that you lose your patience. Being at the end of the quote line would be remedied by a new tower in our area and would greatly improve access for me and my family. Most times the cell coverage registers only about 1 bar, calls are dropped or don't make it through. Please approve the special exception permit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Ms. Cheryl Green.
Hi, members of the board. My name is Cheryl Green. I live at 10965 Hobson Drive, right next door to where it's situated. Situated as planned, the cell tower would pose environmental and ecological issues. The tower compound would be less than 200 feet from the Farley's property, which is the National Wildlife Federation registered sanctuary. Residents like me who walk or exercise our dogs along the lane can certify that the woods are alive with wildlife and birds. The Department of the Interior has linked cell towers with declines in wildlife populations and charges that vegetation is harmed by tower emissions. There are streams and springs just east of the planned site, creating the potential for a violation of wetlands, which was not investigated by the tower company to my knowledge. Because the soil is sandy and unstable at the planned site, the representatives are saying that the tower will have to sit on deep pilings, and a state water expert has said that these pilings could pollute shallow wells at several nearby homes. Those of us living along Hobson Lane have serious concerns about the impact of the use of the lane during the construction period. It is probable that Hobson Lane will have to be closed at times during the site prep and the tower construction, and we're a dead-end lane. There's 25 homes there. And closing it for even short periods of time is absolutely unacceptable given the impact of the ordinary in and out traffic. The possibility that emergency vehicles will be blocked by the parking of all the heavy equipment on the 17.5-foot wide lane is worrisome to all of us, especially the seniors and those who have serious health issues. We are imploring the county to go back to the cell tower company and tell them to attempt to find another site because the one that they've chosen is not reasonable. Not to mention the fact that every property owner along Hobson Lane, other than Mr. Posey, who, by the way, does not live on Hobson Lane, he lives further down 206. None of us, all of us said no to this. We were all contacted and we all said no, except Mr. Posey, who does not live there. There's other sites available nearby, a little ways up 206, the American Legion Post. They've said that they would be happy to host the tower on their land, and they need the revenue. They could use the revenue. Now keep in mind, like my other neighbor said, that this tower is only going to help an area within a 2-mile radius. An argument such as those made on July 13th, saying that concerns of our small community in the Hobson area should be set aside for the greater good of the community, I think that's shameful. What I'm hearing is that a 2-mile radius of cell service and annual income to Mr. Posey are more important than $1 million of property value and related taxes that can come into our community, not to mention sacrificing the well-being of lifelong county residents like me and my family and my neighbors and our property. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, William F. Farrell, Jr.
Hi, board. I'll make this short and sweet. I live at 8020 Hobson Lane, roughly around 600 feet, give or take a few, from where the tower is going to be going. I have a 3-year-old little girl, and that means the world to me. And for y'all to say to let them put a tower that has any kind of effect on her health, even if it's deemed okay by groups of people, is not okay with me. That's like saying it's okay to have lead in your water at low numbers in Michigan. It is not okay. Nothing is okay to put a child at harm's way, even at a minimum risk. There is risk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. John Allen? And before you start, Mr. Allen, Mr. Dines, while you queue up the time, I'm going to pass Mr. Allen provided some photographs. I'm going to pass a set to each of my colleagues. And there is one more copy. Mr. Miller, would you please enter the last set into the record of the public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, I am John Allen. I live at 7415 Hobson Lane. I'm one of those 50 residents of Whedonville, including everybody except one on Hobson Lane, who signed the petition we put on the record earlier this year opposing the placement of this tower along Hobson Lane. A serious defect in the telecom group's application package, which I have obtained in its entirety from FOIA, is the omission of any discussion of the impact on normal use of Hobson Lane during the 3 to 6 month construction period. The applicant's statement that placing the tower as planned would have, quote, no traffic impact clearly refers to the post-construction period. In fact, the applicant uses the formulation, quote, once the initial construction is completed, which you already heard from the applicant tonight, to deny any possible congestion on Hobson Lane and to sidestep any discussion of the construction phase altogether. It's only common sense that this construction phase is going to be broken into two parts. One will be when they clear the wooded area and build the access road, and the second phase will be when they finish work on the compound and actually begin erecting the tower. Both those phases are going to involve heavy equipment. Clearing the compound is going to require logging equipment moving in and out, and the erection. You have the pictures, and that equipment and the components that are going to be moved along Hobson Lane are enormous, and the notion that it's not going to impede traffic is inconceivable to me. Hobson Lane is dead end. It's very narrow, 17 and a half feet wide. Why the access road was deemed to be needed to be 20 feet wide for emergency uses, while the lane is only 17 and a half puzzles me. Any event, it is very narrow. It is the only way in and out for 24 homes along the lane. If traffic's impeded or if it's blocked, it's going to cause major disruption for the the occupants of the 24 residences. And in fact, at the 13 July Planning Commission meeting, one of the applicants' attendees was overheard to acknowledge that the lane would have to be closed at times during the construction phase. This is a very serious issue for us. As I mentioned, it's going to interfere with daily activities. It's a serious issue because a number of seniors along the lane have, including my wife, have serious health issues. And if the lane is blocked to emergency vehicles, it's a major concern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
And I thank you for your patience with our struggle with these unfamiliar procedures that you have. Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. All right, so is there anyone else here in the audience who did not previously sign up who wishes to come forward and speak for the public hearing on this matter? I'll get to that in a minute. Mr. Dines, do we have anyone waiting online who wishes to speak in person for the public hearing on this matter? All right. My colleagues first. Did anyone receive correspondence from constituents wishing to be read into the record of the public hearing on this matter? No? All right. Ms. Hall? Ma'am, I'll read it. No. It's the least we can do. Thank you. Okay. 12th October 2021, to the King George County Board of Supervisors, I request the attached comments be read at the 19th October 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. Respectfully, William Farley, 8103 Hobson Lane, King George, Virginia. To the King George County Board of Supervisors, hello, my name is Bill Farley. My wife and I live on the property that adjoins the proposed cell tower site. We are being told by Telecom that we need to erect another cell tower to improve the quality of our lives. My cell phone reception is just fine, a minimum of 2 bars in all areas that the proposed cell tower would cover. John Allen and I did a cell phone reception coverage test. John had Verizon while I have AT&T. We drove all the roads affected by the proposed tower to test the signal strength. AT&T had good coverage throughout, while the Verizon service was poor and non-existent in places. A good example is the tower behind Ambar Baptist Church on Route 218. Verizon had 0 signal there, while AT&T had 3 bars. Using Google Earth, the distance from 8103 Hobson Lane to Ambar is 1.95 miles. It seems to me that the current cell tower infrastructure is sufficient. Verizon should place their equipment on the existing tower so their customers could get the same reception as AT&T customers are currently getting. Mr. Allen has since changed his cell service provider to an AT&T family member. He now has good service. The county should be responsible for ensuring cell service for all, not just for ensuring Verizon can compete with AT&T. The King George County Comprehensive Plan Update of 2019 lists 8 goals, and the erection of a cell tower at the proposed site violates 4 of these goals. Preserve the rural characteristics of King George County, encourage land use patterns that sustain and enhance the health, safety, morals, order, convenience, prosperity, and general welfare of the residents of King George County, encourage protection of critical environmental resources and maintain renewable natural resources for future generations, protect water supplies and assure an adequate quality and quantity of water. A special exception that violates half of the goals of the county comprehensive plan needs to be approached carefully and with caution. So I have 2 letters, both from Joan Farley. They appear to have much of the same content. So I will read one of them, and I will ask that the other one be entered into the record of the public hearing. So the first letter is dated October 19th, 2021. And her sentiment is consistent with the prior letter by Mr. Farley. So I am in receipt of an email dated October 4th, 2021 from the office of Senator Mark Warner. This letter is to bring to your attention the enclosed correspondence from Ms. Joan Farley. While this is not a federal issue that falls within the jurisdiction of my Senate office, I do want to offer any assistance I can to all Virginians. Therefore, I am bringing this matter to your attention for your review and appropriate action. Please direct any reply to, should you need any additional information, please do not contact my office. Please do not hesitate, please do not hesitate. Let me read that again. Please do not hesitate to contact my office. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. Thank you. So upon receipt of this letter. I did respond to Senator Warner's office, indicated that I was in receipt of the letter, that there was a public hearing scheduled for this evening, and that I would be entering this letter into the record of the public hearing. I also further sent an email to Ms. Farley advising her that I was in receipt of said letter that she had sent to Senator Warner's office, and again advising her of the public hearing this evening. So it was postmarked August 27th from Senate Post Office. It is dated 18th August 2021. Dear Senator Warner, I am writing to you because we need help with an issue that is dramatically impacting our small neighborhood in King George, Virginia. We live on Hobson Lane, Route 659, in the area of King George, locally known as Whedonville, right off Route 206, Dahlgren Road. Hobson Lane is a short 0.65-mile dead-end country lane. It is quiet and peaceful, single-family homes and woods teeming with wildlife. Folks walk and ride bicycles on Hobson Lane, push baby strollers, walk their dogs. Telecom Capital of Calvert, Maryland is proposing to build a 200-foot cell tower in the woods right next to our house. Its 400-foot setback falls on several properties. About 3 acres of our own property falls into this hazardous zone. Of course, health issues are not taken into consideration in these cases, although they are valid according to multiple sources. We do have issues with property rights guaranteed to us by the United States Constitution and the Virginia State Constitution. Our properties will devalue by 10 to 20% if we are near a cell tower. For our property alone, this amounts to $56,000 to $112,000, and if you add in my neighbors, the total rises to the neighborhood of $1 million. The telecommunications company says the tower will increase coverage in a 2-mile radius. But these 2 miles include those of us on Hobson Lane who are willing to forsake better coverage to prevent the cell tower from being erected, most of Peppermill Swamp, where there are no houses, and a small number of houses along Dahlgren Road. We circulated a petition in the direct area and obtained over 50 signatures. There is also the issue of blockage of Hobson Lane during the clearing of the land and the 3 to 6 month initial construction phase. Hobson Lane is barely passable by 2 cars, yet they are going to be bringing in tractor trailers and heavy equipment. How will school buses, mail trucks, and emergency vehicles have ingress and egress to serve our community? We have several seniors on the road with health issues, and that is worrisome. Many of us attended the Planning Commission meeting held on 13 July, where the special exception request was made for a zoning change to accommodate the tower. We spoke about our issues and were met with derision and scorn. We were called NIMBYs, which I took great offense to. We are not frivolously against the cell tower. We have valid issues that the Planning Commission would not address. We were told that sometimes a few have to give for the benefit of many. $1 million for better cell phone coverage for a few. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed residents' rights to oppose a cell tower based on aesthetics, saying in part, the experience of traveling along a picturesque street is different from the experience of traveling through the shadows of a wireless communication facility. Special use, quote, should not be injurious to the neighborhood. A decline in property value is an extraordinary burden to place on residents, and a rural county surely has non-residential areas better suited for industrial blight, end quote. This proposed site will require a 1/4 acre of land. There has to be somewhere else this tower can be sited. We are being victimized by folks who have Verizon and little or no coverage. We have AT&T and our coverage is fine. Why can't Verizon co-locate where we get our feed from? There is an American Legion post 1 mile away on Route 206 who want a cell tower for the revenue it can provide their organization. We told the Planning Commission this fact and they did not even discuss it. The Planning Commission rubber stamped the special exception without any significant discussion and sent it forth to the Board of Supervisors. We attended that meeting 17 August only to find out that Telecom Capital had revised the special exception request after it was approved by the Planning Commission, so it was sent back there for re-review. This telecommunications company's presentation is a joke. All the photos included are disingenuous, taken to the company's advantage. They say a buffer of vegetation around the compound will not be needed because of the, quote, mature tree and natural vegetation, end quote, and showed a photo taken in the summer. I stood in my driveway in April and took a photo of the pink surveyor's tape visible in the woods, where the trees are rather sparse and the vegetation is non existent in the winter and early spring. If I can see a slender surveyor's tape from my driveway, I will certainly be able to see an 8-foot chain link fence around a 60-foot by 60-foot compound. We are trying our best with comments at the public hearings, but so far our concerns have fell on deaf ears. I am reaching out to you in the hope that you might be able to help us with our cause. Respectfully, Joan E. Farley. All right. Staff, are those all of the letters then? All right. Written statements. All right. At this time, I will now close the public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board for consideration. Mr. Bush, would you like to go first since this is your district?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather, do you mind coming up? I have a couple of questions that you would probably be poised to answer. So earlier Ms. Kupka was talking about the study that she requested, this environmental impact, and I might be getting the terminology incorrect. And in some of the comments made tonight, there was a point that I previously had not thought of, but with the driving of pilings to stabilize this tower, was there anything in this study that would have covered potential well contamination?
I think that might be a better question for the applicant. However, the NEPA is the report that you're referring to, and that is a National Environmental Protection Agency report that was done by the applicant. But as far as whether or not it specifically speaks to wells, I'm not positive. That might be a better question for the applicant.
Okay. And then, so I know it's kind of apples to oranges, but last week we reviewed an exception request and the road came up in consideration. So I'm focusing on the road now that was brought up tonight. So with the homes on this road and the construction traffic, okay, and it being 17 feet wide, is there anything that community development would be looking at as the plans come in to approve them moving forward with construction to mitigate any impacts to traffic flow?
If they were, because this is a state maintained road, they would have to go through VDOT and their permitting process. Part of that would be taken in consideration on whether or not they need to do traffic flagging, other mitigation so that they don't completely block the road. And that was a conversation that Lewis had today with David Beal to confirm our understanding of that.
Okay, so this is not a situation where construction trucks and cranes and stuff are gonna come in and can just park along the road and block traffic. This is gonna be run through VDOT and it's gonna be regimented, correct?
Sorry.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Ms. Hall from members before she resumes her seat? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hall. Could we have the applicant come forward, please, to attempt to address Mr. Bush's question, please?
Yeah, we have a few of the answers that were brought up that I hope we can address. As for the NEPA, we do have to take into consideration the water, the soil, everything on this property. In fact, part of the reason we are where we are on this property is partially it's the landlord telling us where he wants us to be on his property. It's also partially because there is a stream as we move further back on the parcel that we can't get close to pursuant to NEPA. As we get closer to that, we begin to affect wetlands and stuff, and it becomes a structural issue. TCG also reoriented the access road. The fire department drives the reason for the 20-foot access road. They're in charge of that. We didn't have to have it. We'd have it wide enough for the SUV vehicle that's going to maintain this site once or twice a month. They're driving that. That was a change that they requested. And TCG also did reorient the access road so as not to have it cut straight back from Hobson Lane, which would create a clear path of visual impact for the compound. They had it redirect around so that it went through and backed around so that there would be some tree coverage blocking the equipment compound. I, of course, am a realist, and I realize we can't screen the entire facility above the tree line, but we're doing our best to do that on the equipment.
So as far as the roadway though, I was speaking specifically to construction phase, not post-construction. I'm talking about construction phase. What are the road conditions? And Ms. Hall addressed that through VDOT.
We will be required to, we cannot block access to people's residences. They would shut us down immediately. We wouldn't be able to accomplish the construction, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other members have questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Ms. Bender.
One, if you repair any, do you have to repair if there's any damage done to the road? Is that a VDOT requirement? Because I know it is some heavy equipment and the trailers.
Yeah, I believe that, yeah, we're gonna have to show that we restored it to original, VDOT will be a part of that entire process.
Okay, and then my second question, I don't know if you're the one to answer this one, is it's been mentioned by several of the residents about the American Legion Post property.
Right. Two things we need for a site is we need a willing landlord, which the American Legion is, but we also need it to work for our RF. Moving it to the American Legion wouldn't accomplish the propagation that we get here. It just simply wouldn't work. Verizon wouldn't want a site there because it's not gonna fill the coverage gap that we're seeking to cover. Believe me, wireless carriers don't come in and build these if they're not going to benefit from them. It's an expensive endeavor, and they're not building it if it's not going to serve a purpose. And we're not required by Virginia law to give propagation maps and to demonstrate the need anymore. That's been a recent change, but we do demonstrate it because we want to emphasize we're not here because we just have a couple of $100,000 extra. There is a need here. They are hearing from their customer base, and it is this specific area. It's not a mile down the road where this site is needed. It's needed here. We heard also about the 2-mile radius that this will serve. It will serve the 2-mile radius, but this site also, as I mentioned before, works in conjunction with all of the other sites. So anybody working or traveling or visiting the area is going to need these. Emergency service personnel are going to need that call to be able to be bounced off sites, and this connects all of the sites in that area. So it's not just the coverage area that you're seeing here, it's the ability of this macro site to work hand in hand for handoff with the other sites that are in the area.
I'll have another question in a second. I need to look at something, so I'll pass off mine.
Okay, Mr. Granger, do you have any questions? Thank you. Mr. Stonehill, any questions, sir?
Yeah, you already answered my questions just a second ago.
Ms. Bender?
Yes, I got it down. What is the difference in frequency, and your engineer probably is the one to answer this question, between the cell tower and high tension power line towers? Is there a difference in the radioactive or radio frequency?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the cell tower is providing service using radio frequencies, which range from about 500 megahertz up to maybe 30 gigahertz. So those are million to billion times per second. The transmission lines operate at what's known as extremely low frequency at 60 hertz. So they both produce fields in the electromagnetic spectrum, but so do all these light bulbs. The light is electromagnetic energy. It's just at different frequencies. The light is much higher than the frequencies that the radios operate, and the electric power is much, much lower.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any further questions. Anyone else? Last call. Well, we need a motion to entertain discussion, Mr. Bush. So I need a motion and a second to call for discussion.
I move to approve case number 21 TAC 02 TAC E01 special exception permit request made by Telecom Capital Group on behalf of Ronnie V. Posey, owner for a telecommunication facility consisting of a 195-foot monopole plus a 4-foot lightning rod and a 60-foot by 60-foot equipment compound.
Second.
Further discussion, I'll start with you, Mr. Bush, since it is your district.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I've had occasion to listen to 2 planning commission meetings. I've heard and met with some of the residents. I've reviewed multiple emails and packages, and I've gone through multiple considerations on this project. I heard the American Legion brought up numerous times this evening, but that also being in my district, I can tell you, is just as close, if not closer, to other residents along Dahlgren Road. After a complete study and not blowing this off and listening to my constituents, I have to make a decision based on good governance and in the service of my entire district. And therefore, Madam Chair, I support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Ms. Bender?
I asked a question about the electrical towers because I live on a road that actually has the electric transmission lines that go right down, and I didn't get a choice or an ask for it. So I understand that concern, but it's really mulling it around in my brain because I know from traveling that road that the cell tower coverage is missing, especially I always call when you get near Zinale Lane, it disappears. And it is a concern. It has been brought up on numerous meetings that I've attended during COVID with national leaders about the importance of, especially the pandemic exposed our needs where EMS is a concern and coverage for broadband and students' lack of access, telemedicine for seniors and other residents who might be afraid to come out or might just not have the ability to come out. It's very important. So I understand the concerns of the citizens, but I'm thinking about the whole county as a whole, but that's where I'm struggling on this one. So pass it off to anybody else that has a discussion.
Mr. Stonehill, do you have anything you wish to add?
I hear the people that, that have come and talked to us about not wanting it there, but we, as Mr. Bush said, we have to kind of weigh a few people against what's best for the entire county for all of our citizens. It does concern me, the health issues, the more I look at stuff from Mayo, FDA, FCC, and they're all saying that the tower is so high in the air that it's not really a huge concern for folks. Yes, that is some older studies and things, and I know that they're going to be looking at that over again and kind of updating the health issues. It is it's not something I really like, but it's something that the county needs on that road. So I am in favor of this.
Mr. Granger?
Yes, ma'am. It meets the requirements of the agencies. It provides expanded service for community as well as for our own emergency services. That's a big, important piece to have that equipment available for our own services as well. So I think this is a need.
Mr. Bush, go ahead.
Thank you. I want you to have the last word, obviously, Madam Chair, but I just wanted to put something out there. The health concerns is not something that I take lightly, and it's something that I weighed on very heavily because this is my constituents in my district, which is why I brought up the cell phone comparison earlier. And I mean, that is a fact of that your cell phone is at minimum 100 times more exposure than this tower. And it is simply a gap in my district. When you drive 206, the impact is greater than the 2-mile radius that's been discussed. The impact is really affecting a major swath of my district on 206. And we've heard from my constituents tonight that are opposed to this, but I've also heard from multiple constituents that are extremely in favor of this and saying we need this. So that's not something I took lightly, but I just wanted to reemphasize that it's literally a dead zone in my district with no connectivity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. So I want to thank all of the citizens of Hobson Lane who have come out twice now to the Board of Supervisor meetings. And I realize we remanded back in August because frankly, some terms were different when it came to us than had been approved by the Planning Commission. So we did remand it to the Planning Commission. So you all now have been here twice. I believe most of you were at the Planning Commission twice. You all started this journey back in March, I do believe, because Mr. and Mrs. Allen, I sat in your living room with you and Mr. and Mrs. Farley. And I sincerely appreciate your dedication to your cause, to rally your neighbors, to speak up. We don't see that a lot. We had a good example of another neighborhood that came out earlier. I say this morning because we're going on 4 hours now. I apologize. That came out for public comment on a different matter, but typically we don't see a lot of that. And I want to thank you for being engaged and active participants in the process. Thank you very much for that. And thank you for everyone who came out. I know we had some different viewpoints expressed here this evening as well. So with that, we have a motion properly seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimously. So we're going to take let's do a 10-minute break. About 13 minutes. We'll come back at 9:25 to give everyone a minute to take a break because some of us are coming up on 4 hours and I'm sure the staff would appreciate it as well. Thank you. And we're ready on the recording as well? All right, let's go ahead and resume after that break. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. The next item on the agenda, presentations and reports. Port Security Grant Program Award presentation by King George County Sheriff Chris Giles. Welcome again, Sheriff Giles.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening again, Madam Chair and members of the board. I come before you tonight to ask you to consider accepting a Department of Homeland Security grant that the Sheriff's Office has been awarded. Back on May of 2021, we applied for what was identified as a port security grant for a Marine patrol boat. The thought behind this submission was to assist Maryland with the boaters along the Fairview Beach shoreline and possibly patrol the Rappahannock River, and not to mention the Machotic Creek, where we have an active ordinance on the wake for the marina. The boat could also be used for other various marine occurrences as they arose. On September 10th, 2021, we received a letter from Homeland Security advising that we had been awarded the Port Security Grant in the amount of $185,836. As a condition of this award, we were required to contribute a cost match in the amount of $61,945 of non-federal funds, or 25% of the total approved project. At the cost of the total approved project was $24,782. It's my understanding that we have until October 25th to either have the county accept or reject this award. If we accept the awarded grant, we have 3 years to use the funds awarded. If for some reason we do not use the awarded monies, the grant just goes away without penalty. The grant is a reimbursable grant. So if we accept that grant of $247,781, that money should be appropriated with the thought that we'll be reimbursed the $185,836. And the amount of $61,945 I would be submitting into a capital improvement CIP for the year of 22-23. With the ever-growing concerns on the Potomac River around Fairview Beach, this boat would be very helpful. As it stands right now, during this past summer, I've assigned a deputy to the Fairview Beach area to mitigate any type of response and just to have a visual presence for anything that's occurring there. We also have continually had meetings with Ricks on the River to try to mitigate the noise and to help clear the parking lot after Ricks has closed to mitigate any type of stereos in the cars and whatever. If this grant is accepted, I'll move forward with reaching out to Charles County to relook at the MOU. That we do have an MOU with them in place, but that MOU was designed more for reactive than proactive. Back when Tim's 2 was the only activity on the Potomac River, if there was an incident happening out on that pier, it was, the MOU is designed so we could go out and take care of that situation while we waited for Charles County to come over. The boat we have now is a evidence recovery boat. It's more like a dive team boat. It's a flat bottom. I wouldn't want to take any enforcement action using that boat for the safety of the people we take action against and or the officers that we have. So having all that in mind, I would really like you to consider at least accepting this grant so we can move forward on it. If the grant is accepted, and like I said, and we don't use it, it just goes away. For some reason, we can't continue with that grant. So I'll entertain any type of questions that you may have.
Thank you, Sheriff Giles. Mr. Bush, again, this is your district, so I will defer to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sheriff, first off, thank you for the presence that you've provided down the Fairview Beach this year. It's been very impactful compared to previous years, so it's made a difference. Thank you very much. I agree that we should move forward with this grant and look at a boat. And you're absolutely correct. What you have right now, basically a skiff. For your response activities that you're going to be doing out there, you probably need a V-hull because the Potomac does like to jump up on you. So you need something that can give you a little more stability. But my question would be, so I think you'd be able to get something within the mission and the scope of what you'd be utilizing it for this price range. But my question would be, manning, would you be looking to send a deputy to like a coxswain school and have like a dedicated, water, force, like, would this be, um, something that you have, a permanent person in place, like, or is it somebody that would have this as like a collateral? Or like, I just want to make sure you have, if we do get this boat, that it would be able to be utilized. And I'm glad you covered the MOU because that's what I would be considering this for, that if we were using this boat, that we were able to actually start doing some enforcement on there.
Sure. So to answer your question, the plan as it stands right now, it would be collateral duty. It would just be like somebody being part of the SRT team. They would just be part of the boat team or the color guard, they would still have primary duties as law enforcement, and then they would come out and work selective overtime or some sort of overtime, or we would compensate either way. And it would be my recommendation, and we'd have to have them captain the boat, so they would have to go to some sort of schooling for that. And I would designate anywhere from 3 to 5 people that would have that as collateral duty, not necessarily the captainship, but to be able to enforce that.
And then my last question would be, and you might not have these numbers, but, aside from the weekends in the summer, because I know that's when most of the calls go to the sheriff's office for Fairview Beach, do you see other calls on the water, or are there other cases, that you have to respond to outside of that Fairview Beach area on the weekends during the summer? Is that like a year-round type activity?
If I'm understanding your question right, we don't get calls for the Rappahannock River. That's more of a game warden.
No, I was meaning Potomac. I'm sorry.
Strictly the Potomac?
Yes, strictly speaking, Potomac.
No. Fairview Beach would be the primary area for that patrol boat if we used it on the Potomac.
Thank you, Sheriff. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Ms. Bender.
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. It makes sense why this is needed. We probably should have had it a long time ago, especially now with the amount of boaters that come, especially in the Fairview Beach area. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. Mr. Stonehill.
Just numbers again, 185 was from DHS. You were looking for a 61 match,
6190, 945.
945.
25% of the 247, 71, 781,
And the 247, what was the last three?
782.
782. I reversed them. What is that number for?
247, 782. That's the whole estimate that we got for a boat that we were looking at.
All right, so you've already got,
We've looked at a boat to try to get an idea of what to ask for in the grant.
okay, yeah, that's what I was getting at, that you already had some ideas and estimates and things that you were gonna need.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. Mr. Granger.
Yes, ma'am. Sheriff Giles, thank you so much for the presentation. So this is under presentations, but you're looking for us to make a motion to accept the grant. Is that my understanding?
Yes, sir.
When we do that, would we also need to appropriate the funds for the match tonight, or can that be done at a future date?
I'll let finance.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I think we have time. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Ms. Hahn.
We just need to accept the grant to meet the deadline.
Yeah.
But like you said, we have 3 years to spend the money. So when we met prior to him coming here tonight, and it suggested that when we get to do next year's CIP process, that he include that in his CIP.
Track it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Thank you, Sheriff Giles. That's all I have.
And also in the CIP, we will have to include the entire amount of the boat because it is a reimbursable grant.
Yep. Thank you. I don't have any questions. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the Port Security Grant Program Award as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, next item. Department of Economic Development and Tourism, TAC funding application, sheets to sheets. Good evening, Ms. Wilson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Kimberly Wilson. I'm here on behalf of Economic Development and Tourism. I am presenting a funding application for the Sheets to Sheets Trail Run 2022. The Sheets to Sheets Trail Run is a unique and fun 14-mile charity race between King George Middle School and the Dahlgren Sheets along the Dahlgren Railroad Heritage Trail. It benefits local children in need through Sheets for the Kids and Ainsley's Angels. In just 4 years, the event has gone from a local meetup to a popular regional event. Last year, there were 225 runners with a goal of 300 participants for 2022. The race drew participants as far away from as Tennessee, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Delaware. Meeting their goal will involve active social media presence, professional website, registration platform, online store, and custom domain. New signage for the beginning of the race and the trail is needed. The event is scheduled for March 12th, 2022. The biggest change will be the start and finish of the venue. Race registration will take place at the King George Gateway Shopping Center in Dahlgren, enabling promotion of local restaurants and hotel stays after the race. Sheets to Sheets Trail Run for Race Fund Adventures LLC is requesting $14,124 in funding. The breakdown goes advertising and marketing, $4,723, outreach at $876, charity and fundraising equipment is $300, logistics $1,000, signage $5,661, and safety equipment at $1,564. After review, the TAC recommends the Board of Supervisors approve $14,124 in funding for the King George Economic Development Tourism application to support the Sheets to Sheets Trail Run. Staff also agrees with TAG's recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Do I have questions from members for staff? Go ahead, Mr. Stonehill.
Ms. Wilson, what was the amount from last year?
Last year's amount was $2,000.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Granger.
Yes, ma'am. So last year was $2,000. The signage in of itself, which looks like it's for the purposes of guiding the runners on the race, is my understanding, at least reading through it, is $5,661. Do you know how they were able to make that happen last year without all those dollars?
My understanding is that the signage that they're asking for this time is going to be used in multiple races, not just a one-time deal. So this is going to last them for 4 or 5 years.
Multiple races in King George or at other locations?
I think it's specific to King George.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm good on questions at the moment. Might have one shortly, though.
Ms. Bender?
I have a question on the signage too. I remember when I was a coach and used to have races that we kept stuff and reused them at different years. So is this to start that trend, and why wasn't it done in the past? That's one question I have.
I think that might be a question for Mr. Shockley.
Please come forward, Mr. Chalkley. Welcome. Thanks for coming out this evening.
Thank you. Yes, the question about the signage, actually all of the signage and much of the requested funds are for things that are to take us to the next level. So in the past years, for example, cobbled things together. We're at that point where we're drawing people from across the Mid-Atlantic. So we want to take that next step and be a more professional event. So for example, I didn't have a course map last year. So some of the items on the signage includes a professionally done course map and a tower or stand to put that on. A lot of the signage last year was COVID driven, and the message changed. So I did those as economically as I could on coroplast plastic signs. Some of my larger signs just don't hold up. So if you were at the event last year, I had some large 4x2 signs out of that corrugated plastic, and it just doesn't hold up. So I'd like to redo those in metal, in aluminum, as similar to highway signs, really. And just to complete that thought, Mr. Miner actually had a similar question, which was how much of the of Table A or Attachment A, how much of that is a one-time thing versus recurring charge? So I have this updated Attachment A, if you'd like that. So that the items in green, which amounts to $8,374 of the 14,000. Those are items that could be reused over and over again. So it's things. It's the reusable signs. It's the reusable safety gear. It's the race is at a size where we need first aid kits and radios and those sorts of things. So those are one-time items in green, and then the remainder are year-to-year service sorts of cost, whether it's photography or video services, that sort of thing. So if it helps, I can.
Mr. Chalkley, if you have enough copies for all members, please bring them to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I heard is you want to bring it up to the next level, and then this stuff will be reused. So it won't be like date specific. It'll.
Right. In fact, some of the signs for sponsors, for example, one of them is advertising the restaurants at the King George Gateway Shopping Center and partnering with them. But the sign itself is blank. So what I would do each year is put logos, whoever the partners are, whoever the restaurants are that come and go. That I could easily do with just printing out and laminating those and putting them on the permanent structure.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So people pay a registration fee and there are also sponsorships, correct? So I kind of look at it as, I mean, the brief we got on the sheets to sheets last time was wonderful. Heard wonderful things about it, well attended, and that was with the $2,000 we gave. I understand what you're trying to do here, but $14,000, I mean, that's a significant jump. And I'm also looking at it, I mean, yeah, sheets to sheets is great, but I also want to see improvements to my baseball fields so that I can have baseball tournaments. And we got people asking for lighting. Well, if we're buying um, things that could be used multiple times for a race, why can't we buy lights? If it's used in conjunction for, let's say, expanding ball fields for tournaments. I understand we have the tourism fund, but it's still something that I would like to look at and weigh. I think, to me, this is way too much of a jump. I understand wanting to take it to the next level, but at the end of the day, this is something that is being run through. Are you a nonprofit or a private organization? What exactly are we working with
It's a
here?
single member LLC.
Okay, so we're not working with, let's say, a non-for-profit organization like the Bethel Jazz Fest or something of that nature. We're working with an LLC. So yeah, $14,000 for me. I'd be willing to entertain four because it is a good event, but I think $14,000 at this point is excessive, given that last year we only gave two, and at $4,000 we'd be doubling that contribution, and we had a very well attended, very successful event, which was the after action report that we were presented. So I'd be comfortable with 4,000, but I'm not willing to go any more than that personally. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. So, Mr. Chalkley, can you tell me then, you have the things that are green. Remind me the number again, the reusable stuff came to 8,000 what?
8,374. are the items in green.
And so then you or another group such as Arsenal Events aren't going to be coming back to us later this year for another request on their behalf on stuff like this that could also be used at the same trail or on the same trail, I guess is the point I'm trying to make.
Right, right. In fact, Arsenal Events, as you referenced, I'll be using some of the signs and some of the equipment that you provided them on a similar grant. I believe it was last year. So we work very closely together. In fact, I'm meeting with the owner on Thursday to iron out plans.
Okay, so where I'm at, just to let my colleagues know, is I would be looking to strike outreach for $876. The $500 in safety that would go for the timbers, and the $2,000 in premium T-shirts. So I'm not willing to move forward with the full amount, but that's kind of
Those three things were the things you were looking to strike?
strike.
I'll make sure I understood that.
Yeah.
What was the figure you had with that?
So that'd be $10,748.
How much do we have left in the tourism fund?
Of our annual allocation, we have only funded one application this fiscal year. And that was for Friends of Caledon. That was $1,100. So we still have 90,000 left.
Go ahead, Ms. Bender.
Do we have any other applications that are pending?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Granger.
Yes, ma'am. What was the amount that you said? Okay, it was 10,000.
$10,748.
That was to remove.
That's removing $876 for outreach.
2,000 for the.
Because no offense, but 704 of that is to pay someone to be an assistant, and I don't have an assistant. Sorry for the sarcasm, but that's where I'm at on that. $876 for outreach, $500 for safety, and that's specifically for the timbers, and $2,000 for premium T-shirts. So the subtracting those, I came up with $10,748.
I'd be willing to go to 9. This is just a little bit over the reusable items.
Ms. Bender, you said 9 was your top. Did you have things to remove aside from that?
Well, for me, I'm just looking at the event photographer and the promotional videos. I mean, I've done a lot of volunteer work in my time. Those are things that probably could have. There's a lot of professionals out there that would probably give volunteer.
I'm sorry, which one were those under? I'm sorry.
At the top of marketing, professional event photographer and drone footage for promotional videos. That's just about $900.
Got it. So that would bring you down to like $9,800 if you remove those two.
Yeah, that was just the two that I was looking at right away.
It, I'm looking at this and seeing that these are rounded numbers, so I'm guessing these are estimates, that it's not actual quotes that were provided by vendors. So, I mean, I understand y'all process of going line by line through this, but I mean, do we really just want to get to a point where we allocate funding and then let them decide how it's best spent, because they're going to have to account for it in our after action? And I mean, since we're throwing numbers out anyway, but
So I wouldn't have a problem with that. I could come to a flat number like 9,000 as long as my stipulations are met, that it is not to be used for outreach, the service contract for the volunteer sponsor or coordinator, the lumber for the trail improvements, or the premium race shirt.
I definitely support those. I was just looking, Madam Chair, at just a significantly lower number, but
And I could go with 9,000 if, as long as those things are not going to be covered. Mr. Stonehill, would you like to add something?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go through and nitpick each one of those things, but I mean, I definitely see a lot of things that I mean, I can't really agree with. I think it's a great event. You know, we were there this year and it was I mean, everybody had a really great time. Um, I was there with Nick handing out t-shirts. They really liked those t-shirts, but, you know, but going from 2,000 to even 10,000 or even 8,000, I mean, that's a huge jump. You know, I'd be more comfortable just to give them a flat 8. I mean, there's a number of things in there, like I said, I didn't really, you know, I didn't really agree with, but you know, if we were going to give them 8,000 and say, yeah, you know, use it wisely as best you can, I mean, I would be fine with that. I mean, I think even 10-ish is pretty high.
Mr. Granger?
I'll make a motion if you want.
Sure.
Sure. Okay, I move to approve $9,000 of tourism money for the Sheets to Sheets run, and to explicitly exclude the outreach for the service contract, the lumber for the temporary trail, and the premium race shirts as not acceptable for this authorization.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries 4-1.
Ma'am, Mr. Stonehill didn't actually get an opportunity to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were with the ayes. I'm so sorry.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Now it carries 4-1. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Department of Finance, American Rescue Plan projects. Ms. Hahn, welcome back.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The King George County Board of Supervisors amended the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget in the amount of $2,606,289 for the acceptance of the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, the CSLFRF allotment, and appropriated the full amount to the CSLFRF project expenditure budget line for later transfers to individuals' projects. At a work session held by the King George County Board of Supervisors on October 12, 2021, the board directed staff to move forward with the list of projects that was included in your board packet in the amount of $2,059,130. The list of projects, of course, as I said, was an attachment. So at this point, I'm asking the board to authorize the county administrator to transfer $2,059,130 from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund project expenditure line to the budget line for the list of attached projects.
Any questions? Motion?
Move to authorize the county administrator to transfer $2,059,130 from the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund project expenditure budget line to the budget lines for the lists attached in the projects as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All
Madam
those-
Chair,
Yes.
I would just like to thank y'all. That was a wonderful work session that we actually, it wasn't contentious. I really enjoyed that work session. And I'd like to thank staff for putting everything together. That was nice the way this came together. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Yes, that is very good news for our community, to be able to do some things that we had not exactly anticipated. And thank you for all your work on that. All right, County Administrators Report. Mr. Miller.
I was gonna say that y'all were in cahoots with Chris Dines there. The whole thing died there for a second, so I figured you were wanting to send me a message. So I will be quick. I had to pull up like some information that I had sent, and so I have everything on here. So I will be as brief. I know we have a closed session. Notice of award. You all got an email from us, and we obviously announced it in the Service Authority. But the Service Authority is awarded $5 million grant from the Virginia Department of Health for water supply issues. And so that'll be effective July 1 of 2022. It is a reimbursement on cost incurred basis. So it's not you're not going to have to spend $5 million and then get reimbursed. It'll be, if you have certain milestones that are met, then you submit the money and get that reimbursed. So the next item is the employee holiday luncheon, and it's my understanding that was canceled last year because of the Christmas or whatever you want to call it. The COVID kind of shut it down last year, so we are recommending bringing it back. I don't know if you have a date or if that's something that y'all just need to let us know what's the best. I assume it's kind of mid-December. Is that when it is?
Yeah, so I was just, if you could, bring it here like you did to see what board consensus is, to go ahead and reinstate it, because we didn't do it last year.
Okay.
And then if you want to, I guess the best thing would be for you to reach out to your staff, particularly the venue, and figure out, 3 or 4 dates that it could be available. And then at the next meeting, confirm with us what we think the best date is, I think is the best way to go about that.
Okay.
Does that work for everyone?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
I wanted to, this was going to be something I'm going to start, but so this is the new employees in the fire and rescue. I believe you have a copy of it. So they made and this is not just all fire and rescue, but there was a real slew of them that were just recently hired, and I thought that was something that we ought to, recognize that your work with the funding scenario is, obviously paying off, and Chief Moody has been really aggressive in getting those folks hired. So there are, 7 through 13 on the list are all fire and rescue. Zachary Freiberg, John Toller, Brandon Murray, Trevor Earnshaw, Joseph Parker, James Hall, Tyler Holden. Those are all new employees of the fire and rescue. Not to belittle any of the other folks that are on that list, but obviously we have Richard Stewart is in community development. We finally got a planner. This is Richard Stewart Jr., not the senator, but it is related. We have a couple general property employees, custodians and groundkeeper. We have a communication office as Danielle Hickok, and then Alice Heimer in the Parks and Rec Aid 1. And then we have a new bailiff as well. So overall, right now, the breakdown as of the 18th, 477 employees. Now, keep in mind, 113 of those are electoral workers. So that breaks down out of that 477 is 259 full-time, 19 are from DSS. Regular part-time, 43. These are 29 hours or less. Seasonal workers, 62. That's mostly related to Parks and Recreation. This doesn't, and then we have the 113 in the electoral workers. So again, some of those are folks that'll be gone after the 2nd of November. Let's see, just a COVID update. Always like to give you that information. It's joyous. We have 4 employees out right now, either because of directly having contacted or contracted COVID, or because of they're there with a spouse or a loved one, a child that they have to watch. But we do have 4 that were out. Countywide, there are 107 active cases. 14% positivity rate. The Rappahannock Area Health District is, I believe, the positivity rate's around 11%. So we're still a little high. Now, we have 12,165 folks that are reported as fully vaccinated. So that's about a 55% rate of vaccination. We monitor this on a daily basis, but we also meet regularly. And it's our understanding that the school numbers have gone down dramatically from when they were kind of getting hit hard in August and September, and that's a good thing. And if you can go on their website, and they do post, this number of staff, the number of teachers, the number of students. So important information. Last 2 items. First of all, the expanded operations at the service stations. So we now have the Sundays, Perkins Corner will be open 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sundays. And then Sealston will continue 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We also have the landfill is going to be open on Saturdays for our crews to bring the roll-off containers to the from the service stations or from the convenience centers to the landfill, so they can be dumped, and then they're ready to go on Monday morning. That was kind of becoming a problem for us, a lot of downtime in terms of transferring that, so that'll be taken care of. The last item on there is, and Donna, you might need to talk about this. It's a change order for Fairview Beach. It is in the amount of $7,000. It's actually a credit.
It's a negative amount. There were 2 change orders, and I forget the exact amount. The first one was 16,000. One was a reduction, one was an increase, but the net was a decrease, and that's why we did not come with a board report asking for the change order, because we are lowering the contract instead of raising it this time.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
And I would also just like to reiterate, like some of the comments that you all have made about the CIP process. I know we're still going to wrap up the CIP portion of it, and everything has gone very smoothly. I have witnessed in my career a lot more tension between board members, and you all have done a very good job of giving us good direction. And I think that the staff has done a great job of putting information together. And so I I thank you all and I thank the staff. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed meeting pursuant to VA Code Section 2.23711A5, 6, and 8 for discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the business or the industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where competition or bargaining is involved, where if made publicly, initially financial interest of the government unit would be adversely affected, and pursuant to Code Section 2.23711A1 for discussion of consideration and prospective candidates for the employment of the position of county attorney. I invite the county administrator, director of community development, economic development director, community development director, and county attorney because they are deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to VA Code Section 2.23712F.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are in closed session. All right, do we have a motion?
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meetings certified by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meetings were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting.
Second.
Can I have each member so certify, please?
I so certify.
So certify.
So certify.
Certified.
Chair so certifies. We are in open session. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn until Tuesday, October 26th at 6 p.m. at the Fire and Rescue Company 1.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are adjourned.